are down the road, down the hallway, and then please help yourself to coffee and snacks or water. And then there's tons of outreach materials, so especially during the break, check those out. They're for all of you. We will not be taking them home with us, so please take them. And if you're like, ooh, we'd love more of these in the future, just let us know that too. But lots of posters and then more coloring books up front, especially the very coveted Ancestral Waters coloring books, which have a lot of Indigenous artist contributions there. So those are like something that were requested at a previous collaborative meeting. I think we'll just start with a welcome, and then maybe we'll just go around the group and everyone can say their name and their affiliation, because we are a smaller group today, although I'm anticipating we get another 10 or so folks show up a little late. So Gabrielle, if you'd like to welcome us here, and then we can do introductions.
Sure. Hello, Tamet, Nahinkam, Natwanine Gabrielle Crow. So hello and good day, everyone, relatives. My name is Gabrielle Crow. I'm the co-chair as well as the Secretary of Environmental Sciences for the Gabrielino Shoshone Nation of Southern California. So our tribal territory also encompasses this island. We're also known as Tonga as well. That's another name for our group of people, or Gabrielino. So I'm really excited to be here, answer any questions that any of you may have, but I'm going to sing a little song that's actually one of our traditional songs. It is called Muarahiko, and it's basically named after, we actually have our first tiat, which is our traditional canoe that we brought back about 30 years ago, and so that's the name of that tiat. If you ever go to Santa Monica, there's actually a street that's called Muarahiko too, by Tonga Park. And basically what it translates to is Mumat is our word for ocean. Very closely related to Luiseño and Paimpuicham, they also use the same word, so a lot of tribes in Southern California use the same word for it. And ahiko is basically breath or wind. So it's basically a song that we would sing when we bring our traditional canoes back in and welcome them back. So I'll start with that, and then we can start with introductions. I don't know if you want me to. Okay. Bear with me, I don't have to sing as loud. Mumarahiko pararahamino, Mumarahiko pararahamino, pararahamin, pararahamino, pararahamin, pararahamino, pararahamin, Mumarahiko pararahamino. Mumarahiko pararahamino, pararahamin, pararahamino, pararahamin. Mumarahiko pararahamino, Mumarahiko pararahamino, pararahamin, pararahamino, pararahamin. And I don't want to take too much time, it's just one little song.
If you want to say some words,
yeah. So here on Catalina Island, it is known as Pimu by our people. It's one of our traditional islands. We actually, in our tribal territory, it's the 4 Southern Channel Islands. And just welcoming you all, because I know that you're all living, breathing the island and you're doing the work here, and just that we really appreciate that you love the island as much as we do, that you're taking the time to just express your gratitude in your teachings of it. And to give an acknowledgement of the first peoples, like I said before, so I'm Gabrielino Shoshone. We also have Gabrielino Tongva, we have Gabrielino, we have Quiche. So there's lots of there's 7 different bigger groups smaller groups in our big group of people. And so just acknowledge everybody that this is their traditional territory. And that even though we might not be here on the island as often as we'd like to be, that that we really appreciate the education that goes into these spaces, and for people to talk about the first people of the lands here. And so any questions that you have about anything else too, I do a lot of education here on the island. I just we're in a tribal partnership with the Catalina Island Conservancy, so if you go to the Botanical Gardens while you're here, you might see me on some signs. We just worked on some new signage there, and we also worked on some traditional plant field guides, so they have traditional names at the top and traditional uses. And so just any way that we can incorporate the first people of here at Pimu into anything that we're teaching about, just for people to not come here just for the Catalina wine mixer, for people that know the cultural significance of the island, that we would just really
is just introductions. This is our agenda too, and we'll go through it quite yet. But maybe I will start with Lauren. And again, I'm at the MPA Collaborative Network, and I'm Aubrey. We can just jump around the room and say who we are, and we'll do that.
I'm Lauren. I'll be your first speaker today, and one of the chairs of the Calgary Collaborative, and I've been one of the chairs since we started in 2012. Welcome, friends. Really excited to have you all here today. Hope it's a lot of fun for you.
I'm an education coordinator over at USC Learning Science. I'm Victoria. I'm the ag program specialist over at Berkeley Marine Science Center at USC. I'm Laura. I'm the education assistant at Berkeley Marine Science Center at USC.
I'm Rain. I'm one of the education outreach staff, and both Megan and Laura.
I'm Joyce, and I'm Priya Wilson, and I'm Mrs. Allison's intern, I guess.
I'm Heather. I'm with Catalina Adventure Tours. We have the Nautilus Submarine and the Sea Box on the boat. I'm Brittany Martinez. I'm the lab coordinator at USC Berkeley Marine Science Center.
I'm Jeff, I'm the senior director. I'm over at Twin Fox.
I'm Kathleen. I do astronomy up there at USC. And I'm planning in Bay and tours in town. We used to, but was major astronomy.
Hi, I'm Madison. I'm a founder and instructor for the Avalon Ocean Club. We do a lot in the marine protected areas of Mexico, and then also do tours as a tour guide.
Hi, my name is Joel. I'm an editor at Catalina National Supply. I'm also a wildlife underwater cinematographer, specializing in wildlife sequences.
Hi, I'm Chelsea Mayer. I'm a photographer, a wildlife photographer, and I work for National Geographic with that. I'm Claire Ari. I'm the program manager for the Collaborative Network.
Scott Turner, member of the community, and try to volunteer where I can to help you.
Peter, sorry.
Dear, don't pass the window.
Oh.
That's your speaking.
I were calling on me.
Dear, you're next.
I was also going to say too, I've also led kayaking and snorkeling tours here for almost 20 years through the program itself. Not only on the tribal side, but also environmental educator too, so.
She does it all.
I said a Jill of all skills. You're a jack of all trades. She's in all the sports, so I call her Jill of all skills.
Good morning, everybody. Kala Allison. I'm the founder and executive director of the Marine Protected Collaborative Network. Here a little bit about this.
I'm going to try to fly through the slides, so if anyone's like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? These are some of the collaborative projects we've done. A lot of you are already Catalina MPA Collaborative members. If not, you are of course welcome. It's a loose structure of people that come together over the shared goal of a healthy ocean, and we've got tons of projects, most of which are already displayed in this room with these outreach materials. And we do have Lauren as one of our co-chairs. Unfortunately, there was an emergency, so our other two co-chairs couldn't make it today. We have a statewide network, and so Catalina is here, of course. We've got lots of different affiliations within this massive network, and we're helping connect the dots and share outreach materials, ways of working within the community across all of California. Okay, and we're going to switch presentations so that Lauren can present. We'll come back here. Actually, you include stuff like about take and whatnot, or do you want me to just?
So when we go through, when we want to go NPA, we'll switch back to the enforcement.
Okay.
So what I'll do is I'll do the intro to NPAs, then go to the collaborative kind of stuff. And
We can
we'll
just go back
pause
and
and go
forth.
back and forth.
Okay.
We're going to keep it loose today.
Yeah. Here's your clicker.
It's Friday.
Lauren,
Yes. Hi, Kathleen.
Sarah set up a link, so she had me share it online just now. Okay. And I shared it with people at Allen's because they couldn't make it in today.
Yeah.
And then people at everyone can't make it either. So if any of you have contacts for them, I give you the link and they can watch this live.
Oh, yeah, I was like, I know there's something I'm missing. So the city had mentioned it, I think Warren had requested that we're recording right now. So just know that you're going on YouTube.
funny. I sometimes find out I'm there and I didn't even know I signed up for that. Yeah, let's send that to Cindy and Harrison. So our dogs are with and obey today. They had an emergency, unfortunately, not able to make it to the co-chairs. Our dogs are with them. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, friends. Friday morning, let's talk about some marine protected areas. Okay, so we're going to keep it pretty informal. Ask questions at any point. I can stop me and go faster, slower. Just kind of curious, gauging the tension in the room. How many people gauging from like know a little bit about MPAs, but not that much, to I think they sit down and teach us for you. So how many people think that they're more kind of in the novice area? Okay, and then how many folks really feel like they've been here many times and okay, so we'll. I kind of figured so. So for those that are newer to MPAs, if I'm going too fast, feel free to slow me down at some point. But for those who've been here before, we'll try to keep this moving. How do we do this?
Is it not advancing?
I can do a manual.
Okay.
That works. We got an arrow? Okay. So let's start off with a beautiful photo of a fish and some MPAs. Yep. All right. So we always start off with this slide. This one makes me think of our good friend Linda Chilton, for those that know you, but know her. The oceans and humans, we're all connected. The ocean is really important to us. We're all probably here today because we have some type of connection with the ocean. It's important, you know, for everything from breathing to trade to national security to everything. The ocean gives us a lot, and we also take a lot from ocean. But we are all connected. One giant global ocean. This is kind of the calm before the storm slides of the, ooh, everything's, ocean makes us really happy. It can reduce your blood pressure. It gives us positive feelings. And so that may be where some of your connections with the ocean started. You just liked being in it and playing in it. So in Blue Mind, yes, this concept that we're connected and that it will help us stay calmer too, to a mildly meditative state. And so I mentioned this is kind of the calm before the storm. So we love the ocean, everything's nice, it makes us feel good. But then oceans in crisis, what are we gonna do? So these are some great historical photos. Later we're gonna have Rock Gosling talking to us about the cultural significance of sport fishing on Catalina Island as the birthplace of sport fishing. So these are some great photos. I will say for those that follow along, we now call them giant sea bass, GSBs, but that's an old slide. So oceans in crisis, what's going on? We have this great place, but 90% of like the tuna and marlins and swordfish are gone. We're losing catch. Half the catch has been reduced since 1990, and smaller fish are caught 45% smaller. So that's fish, so we're losing these fish. There's that science article too that talked about the decline of fisheries by 2050. With kelp forests too, we're seeing decline in kelp forests. This year's going to be pretty interesting for us. It's getting a little warm. We're expecting potentially strong El Nino, so those of you who like your kelp, go hug it now. It might not be here for much longer this season. So even without just things that are happening, we'll get along to it a little more, but having other issues compounding on top of this can cause some issues for our oceans and our ecosystems. We've definitely seen this here on the island, abalone. So when my husband grew up, you could just walk out to the intertidal and there were so many abalone, you just go pop one off and you make it for an appetizer. We have seen a huge decline in that. And we talk about the fish pillows. Remind me if I don't say it to talk about the abalone, because they have a really interesting story of how they're broadcast spawners and they have a difficult time reproducing, which is why we need to let them aggregate. So we have, oh gosh, the ocean, everything's going, like hair's on fire, everything's going wrong. As we mentioned, we have a lot of things going on: overfishing, habitat loss, pollution, development, and we talked a little about the El Nino, invasive species, and climate change. So they have gone through some traumatic stress. But, deep breaths, there is good news. I like when we get to this part. So yeah, all these things are happening, but the ocean actually has the ability to recover if we let it. And so that's where MPAs are going to tie in. This is kind of a nice analogy that I know. When you are sick, you should probably stop running yourself ragged. And you should, lay down a little bit, take some rest, drink some electrolytes, maybe someone makes you some chicken noodle soup. But you need to have that rest so that you have that opportunity for this recovery. And that's what we see here with marine protected areas. And so think of marine protected areas kind of as this, all these things are going on, but we've allowed this space to allow this recovery. What are MPAs? So a lot of you said you're pretty familiar with them, but they are areas that we've set aside to allow for protection. In California, we're very proud that we took an ecosystem-based approach to this. So this is different than a lot of different areas where maybe it's piecemeal. Prior to the Marine Life Protection Act, which we'll go into more later, there were marine protected areas. There were the marine protected area at Blue Caverns, that was a pre-existing one, the California Marine Science Center State Marine Life Refuge. The invertebrate note takes them. But they were kind of Mia J. Tegner down, south. But they were very piecemealed. The big thing here is that California took the approach of making an ecosystem-based network that's all so MPAs, what we're talking about, again, the big difference is that ecosystem-based. So we're not just like, oh, I like this fish, I want to protect this fish. That's Marine Life Management Act, MLMA, right? Marine Life Management Act, yeah. So that's if you want to talk about, I want calico to be bigger, the catch, the things like that, that's a different process. This is a process that is protecting the entire ecosystem. And there'll be some slides later, but I'll also point out here, which is everything from, you have like estuarine, wetlands there, out to deep water. And that was a big part of the design of the marine protected areas, is that they were making sure that they were big enough, that they were deep enough, and that they were protecting full ecosystems. There's a third, I think there's like a third and a fourth. MPAs are tools that work to protect the oceans. But I will point out too, as I was just talking about different processes, this is basically just one of the tools that is available. So if you're trying to build a house and you only have a hammer, you can only go so far. You're going to need a screwdriver or someone with a saw or something like that. And that's where it's kind of nice that there's other things other processes that are going along that are helping with the health of our oceans and moving this forward. So today we're focusing on MPAs because this event is being hosted by the MPA Collaborative. So if you're here for something else, so today we're talking mostly about MPAs. For those not as familiar with marine protected areas, I think this is a great analogy. They're kind of, if you've ever been to a state park, you can think of it as something like that. So these are areas that are set aside. They're beautiful. They're a way to protect species biodiversity and enrichment. And so if you were ever to explain, so later we're going to be doing some outreach with some of the kids as they're coming out of school. If you say, oh, have you ever been to a state park? Even if they haven't, it's something that they can find relatable. And then, oh, it's like an underwater state park. Yeah, there's probably going to be a lot more fish there. I'll fly through this a little bit. What can you do in MPAs? You can do lots of things. So a lot of people are like, oh, MPAs, they're so, like excluding so many things. No, there's a lot that you can do. Just can't do things that are against the regulations. So you can't poach fish, but there's a lot of other things that you can enjoy. There's a lot of benefits that they bring, ecotourism, a lot of pleasure, a lot of things that we talked about in the beginning, blue states of mind, and why we're connected to the ocean. Okay, so this is a little bit about the ecology of MPAs. So ecology is everything is kind of connected, one of Lorraine's favorite quotes. So it's not just one thing here, it's all how it connects. So MPAs are vital for conserving biodiversity in marine ecosystems. They also act as sanctuaries, protecting critical habitats and allowing species to thrive in a relatively undisturbed environment. Sorry for reading the slides. To the health and the balance of the ecosystems. So we have a nice example of a beautiful thriving ecosystem. We have bait fish, we have bigger predators, we have kelp, we have understory algae. Some more of the benefits. So we'll talk about this a little more, but increased fish populations and biomass because they do offer the refuge from the fishing pressure, and so that they will get bigger. You'll also see this too as we talk about different type of management things, but when they change the regulations, say from like calico from 12 inches to 14 inches, all of a sudden you start seeing a lot of 13 and 14-inch fish into the system that weren't there. And then if those fish, and then they have an MPA too, kind of hide out too, so we're growing fish bigger. Which when we get to the fish pillows, we'll find out why we're growing them bigger and what the benefits are. There's also enhanced biodiversity. So again, it's ecosystem-based thing, so you're grabbing everything. So again, not just like one species we're trying to protect, we're trying to protect all of that ecosystem, which then you'll start to see like these amazing like species richness improvements and biodiversity changing. And we said it's not just one species, so that's a big thing that California did. And then the resilience. So when we do have these stressors on the environment, we are finding that these areas of MPAs are more resilient. So things like sea star wasting disease, we saw that some of the sea stars were holding on a little bit better. And some of the areas where there's massive kelp loss, a lot of times the MPAs will tend to have more of that kelp that stays intact through these kind of severe weather events and climate events. I do feel like current had a lot to do with that too, and temperature and upwelling and stuff. But what we have found is that these MPAs are providing more resilience, especially as we're dealing kind of with climate issues and with changing climate and unprecedented issues. So hopefully our MPAs will kind of get us through this year that we have coming up with us. Fingers crossed. Okay. They allow for recovery of overfished species. So when you first put an MPA in place, you will start to see the species that were the most targeted are going to respond first. They said like those prized fish, those larger fish, things like that. They're things like abalone or stuff like that people, or lobsters that people want to take, that you'll start to see more of a recovery of those overfished species. And then the critical habitats are especially important. When we were designing all of these marine protected areas, we had, I actually brought it with me, but kind of like the MPA kind of like book of everything. And it would talk about all the key and unique species, where the unique habitat types were, things like that. So today, one of the reasons why I asked Rock to come in and chat is to talk a little bit about Farnsworth Bank, because it is a very important critical habitat. It's an underwater seamount. I think most of us are familiar with that, with this amazing purple hydrocoral. On Tuesday, there's a Fish and Game Commission meeting that will be talking about a petition that's been put forth by California Environmental to change the regulations at Farnsworth, offshore Farnsworth, to only allow spearfishing. So he's going to talk, and then one of the follow-up questions was, is there some cultural significance to that site, which was named for a very famous angler, fisherman George Farnsworth. So we're going to I won't steal Rock's thunder, but since it's up here, I specifically asked him to come to talk today, so how you can see a really great example of balance, where you can balance key habitats and also interests of things that might have different importance. Support large predators, so you'll actually start to see where the fish get so big that they'll start to, the population's so big they'll start to eat each other, especially like with like calicos and stuff like that. At the Wrigley Reserve, where I was the director for almost 21 years, it was really fun just to see the population get so large that you start eating your conspecifics. So the population will get so large, we'll have lots of big predators, which will keep things in balance. I'll move through these, you guys can read those quick. Protect habitats, yeah, so as we're dealing with unprecedented events and a changing climate, these areas are gonna provide more resilience for us. And the last one, ecosystem services, just carbon capture. There are some large seagrass beds that are protected around the island. There's one that's, I want to say like 45 years old at the Blue Caverns on shores in the mooring field there. Seagrass beds are incredibly important for carbon capture. I think it's third on the carbon capture behind like tundras and mangroves. And so these are also, and what's unique about that MPA2 is that it has a no anchorage zone, which is not something that you see in a lot of marine protected areas, but it was really important for us to fight for that. during the MLPA process because anchors can cause a lot of destruction to seagrass beds because they grow in a rise zone. And if you pull it up, if you grab one, you'll pull it all out. So it's a little extra asterisk on our thing. But again, these are great areas that are kind of helping, as we said, oceans in crisis. What are we doing? MPAs are a way that are trying to help us have this resilience and provide the space for recovery. There's been a lot of work done. If you ever want to take a deep dive search into stuff, I would recommend PISCO has done some amazing stuff. The Partnership for Interdisciplinary Studies of Coastal Oceans. So I pulled a lot of stuff from them, and they have some really nice compiled, synthesized materials that you can check out. So what we're seeing is that in a global review, so internationally, we're seeing that we are getting bigger fish. So an increase by 28% of body size. More diversity, 166%. You know, even if you're not good with math, that's looking pretty good, right? And yeah, and the variety. So again, we've been talking about biodiversity. Like, why is that important? Well, you can't just have monocultures of just one species. You know, you just can't only have calicos that live in the ocean. You need everything. And so they're part of that ecosystem, an intact ecosystem. And as I mentioned, they're also more resistant to invasive species. So a lot of people saw the sargassum species that came in a couple of years ago. Well, the areas that had really nice established understore algae didn't seem to have been affected as the areas that were kind of more open and barren where they were able to come in. And sargassum as a whole, all the species are a phenomenal invader. And so these areas have been more, again, resiliency is another motif we're talking about. They ensure habitat represent in size. So we've talked about when we'll get a little bit more to later, but in designing these things, we're making sure that we're capturing the key habitats. There was representative of different types of habitats. So not just rocky reef, kelp, which I think everybody thinks like, oh, that's kind of the big one, but deep water structures, such as there's a pile of rocks on the backside of Catalina that was brought up a lot, because that is those deep rocks. Everybody's like, why are you protecting rocks? It's actually an area where these really large old rockfish will go and hang out. And so if it's not protected, you're leaving out part of that life stage. And then, so different types of, and then replicate habitats too. So we're making sure that we're seeing these, not just like, oh, San Diego is protecting all the kelp and no one else is. And Laguna's only protecting, like this. It's to make sure that throughout this network, there's all these linkages and replicate habitats too. Okay, one more slide and then we get to grab the fish pose. So one of the big takeaways from a marine reserve effect. So if you stop fishing, so if you stop removing these fish from the environment, you should be getting larger fish. The larger fish should be having more babies, and their population should grow. So now's the fun part where I get to throw things at you. So these are my very coveted fish pillows. I always acknowledge Kyle's mom, so them. These are almost like probably 20 years old. These are one of my favorite teaching tools. They're great to bring in the classroom. They're great tools to show you why bigger fish, or the effect of bigger fish into the system. So this first one, how many offspring can I have per year? If you've taught this lesson, don't answer. Anyway, I'm going to toss this back. You're good. You can pull the beads out and show everybody.
14 a million rockfish. Does that say how many?
It's
On the back. Oh. 150,000.
150,000. I would think. So rockfish are they're slow to reproduce. They are typically older on, like, teenagers. Just, I found these in my bag of tricks. If you want to pass these around, so this is one of the little beads that's on the string there. And just for representation, one of these beads is 10,000 of these tiny little ones. So those are probably more accurate to size of the eggs. Okay, so we're moving up. So we started, how old was that one?
This was 7 years old.
7 years old. Okay. All right, so the next one. Okay, these are familiar rockfish, by the way. So this one is 13 years old. Okay, so we're moving years, and now we're 20 inches long. Here you go, Brittany.
I can have 700,000
So now we bumped up to 700,000.
Now, is that legal size yet? Is it? Like if you
For
were
vermilion rockfish, shoot, what's the size for that?
Forgot what it was.
I'm not gonna say because I don't wanna get it wrong.
Yeah.
We will search that.
Yeah.
Because rockfish, always know before you go, because different fish have different sizes.
And you know, there's more sizes on more fish. And
Throw some of these. That's what I was saying. Okay, so now, this one, we are 19 years old, so we're getting up there, 23.5 inches long. This one's gonna cost Caleb.
Okay, this one can have $1,700,000.
And there is no minimum legal size for vermilion rockfish as of 2026.
Just a back limit.
There's a guy, yes, but it's currently, I think we're seeing size limit.
Yeah.
Based on its age and size, so 2 per day.
And it is rockfish season. It's almost like I planted you in the audience, because that is gonna be one of our next slides. I love it, that means that we're all getting on the same page together. Yes, so we're starting to see that, and here you go, who has this, or is it Howland's that has this painted? Howland's has it painted, okay, so they actually made a little mural of this. Should get on that, Toyon. Yeah, right? So here it's just a nice kind of graphic that shows how bigger fish are producing more babies. The last one finally, so it took us, so to get over 1 million, we're at 20 years of age. That's a lot of time in the ocean trying not to get eaten by something. Okay? And that's before we're getting to 1 million. Where are we going to talk about 1 million? Oh, I love this because I love this slide. All right, is anybody familiar with the cinematic showpiece Dumb and Dumber? Okay, acclaimed film, all right? So here, poor Lloyd is asking Mary his chances of them getting together. And she's like, not good. And she was like, you mean good like 1 out of 100? And so now I'd say more like 1 out of 1,000,000. And then of course, like, so you're saying there's a chance, okay? So yeah, like more like 1 out of 1,000,000, all right? Like, doesn't sound very good. And I love, what was all that talk about 1 in a million? So why we're gonna talk about 1 in a million is that, and I go back and I double check all my references too, just to make sure that they're still relevant and not getting called. But there is literature out there that says that roughly out of 1 million eggs, that only 1 in a million is going to survive to adulthood to become reproductive. So we were just talking about it took that rockfish almost 20 years just to kind of get to that point where it's producing over 1 million eggs. And only 1 of them surviving. You know, hopefully a lot of the little ones are having babies too. But eggs are yummy, right? People eat eggs. Everybody have caviar, roe. It's yummy. Things in the ocean also like to eat it too. So like I said, it's a rough ocean out there. And I'll bring up the abalone too before I forget. But so it's important for us to know that we need to keep bigger fish in the system so that they're giving that output of more eggs, so that we even have a chance of trying to keep these populations moving and surviving and sustainable. Abalone, I love talking about this. I don't have the abalone pillows, but I use my hands. So abalone are really interesting. A lot of people say, well, I'm starting to see them again. Why are we opening it back up? You know, like I see them, but can't we just eat them? Abalone are interesting in that they're a species that needs to aggregate together, so that means they need to come together. And pink abalone is a great example. You need 6 of them within 2 square meters for successful reproduction. Why that is unlike fish, which might have live bears or things like that, abalone, how they reproduce is they're broadcast spawners. So you are throwing gametes into the water. They might have eggs, you might have sperm, they're all in the ocean, you know, they're trying to meet up and maybe hang out for a second so that they can actually make a baby. It's what they need to be within that range because, as I mentioned, you have swells and ocean conditions and things like that, and you're just like this little passive particle that's trying to connect. You also, too, you might have a bunch of females, or you might have a bunch of males. So they say 6 per 2 square meters is what is needed for successful reproduction. Organizations like DFW have had, like, with green abalone, they have little, like, aggregation parties. Well, they'll actually like, get them together so that they're more likely to do that. I'm going to get the group wrong, but another one of the NGO groups has been, they spawn them in a bucket so that you actually have a better chance. So they spawn them, let them sit in the bucket for a little while, so hopefully, like I said, you're not having all that stuff going on in the ocean, that they have a better chance of connecting before they're then released back out. So.
And Bodega Bay does it too. They just had a big spawning event. I went at the Kermit.
White ones, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a couple of great groups. If our friends from Emerald were here too, they also, Victoria and I took a field trip on looking at how to become a certified facility for outplant abalone. But when people, the big thing is people are like, I see abalone, why can't we eat them yet? Because they need to be in a very high population so that they can have that aggregation. They're seeing them. Okay. Jumping back, any questions about that? Are we doing okay? All right. MPA effectiveness. So again, some great literature had come out during the Marine Life Protection Act process. There was actually literature that was coming out from the Northern Channel Islands that had become sanctuaries before this process. It was very encouraging because the type of information that we were seeing out of it and this was an incredibly open, transparent process. Everybody we tried to make sure everybody had a voice. Some were acknowledged, some were not. As much as we should have been. But it was a very open process, and people were like, what's going to happen? You're going to take away my livelihood. I'm a commercial fisher person, and you're going to tank my career. What we did start finding is great things, especially so what I'm talking about right now is this last point here, that we started seeing commercial catch. It was getting easier for them. So they were able to go out, they were spending less, so they're spending less time, less fuel. Maybe they're fishing the line. But we were actually starting to see from previous literature that if you give, and they tend to also be, because I think people think like, oh great, here's an MPA, everything's better tomorrow. These tend to be more multi-decadal effects that they see. So great examples like, again, because I was director of reserve for so many years, the Blue Caverns Reserve, because it's been protected for decades, you really see those positive effects of an MPA, maybe even a little bit more than some of the newer ones. But we are at 10 years, we've gone through adaptive management, and we are trending and seeing very positive effects. But here, so increased biomass, larger marine life, higher species diversity, the density is 1.5 times higher, the kelp forest is healthier, sport fishing is increased. So as much as everybody goes, oh my gosh, we can't put these MPAs in, it's going to ruin everything for everybody else who's a consumptive user, and we're actually finding no, there's been a nice balance of protection and then still having consumption of uses. We talked about some of the designs of them, why they need to be big enough, deep enough. ecosystem based. Who cares about boulder fields, right? They're just a bunch of big rocks, you know. This is a great slide. It shows a vocaccio, so a stinky rockfish, if any of you have ever caught them. One of the more stinkier ones. Yeah, they do smell. Stinky and maybe sticky too. Okay, so this is a great example that it shows that it utilizes multiple habitats. So such as, you might not like scallops. I always learned on the East Coast that scallops need to attach to a blade of eelgrass as a part of their lifestyle development. This is another example of how we're utilizing different areas. So we're starting off as larvae in the open ocean. We're kind of drifting around. Maybe we find the floating patty, then coming to the near shore, so eelgrass and kelp. And then as larger individuals, I talked about the boulder fields on the backside of Catalina, then the big older fish can go to that area. So it's important that we're making sure that we're protecting all pieces of it. Anybody heard spillover effect? Okay. We were just talking about fishing the line a little bit. For those of you not familiar with fishing the line, just go to one of our MPAs and watch one of the CPFP party boats back right up to that line. So it's legal, they can do that, and it's, I guess, you know, we should take that as flattery. They're doing so well that they're going to those areas when they can't find fish elsewhere. So spillover effect. So this is, say, like so you have an established marine reserve, you're growing, you know, things are responding, they haven't been taken out of the system, they're growing big, they're fecund, they're having lots of babies, our densities are growing, biodiversity is changing, and we start to, it's getting a little full over here. So we're kind of starting to reach some, like, density. Well, what do? What happens? It is an effect called spillover, where actually some of these fish, it's on another slide that I have, mostly the teenagers, are going to start to spill over outside those areas and seed those areas. And then another thing with the design process of this, it's not just, I think fish are easy and are charismatic to see, but it's also a lot of larval dispersal and things like that too that we're taking into account. So even if you can't see it, those microscopic larvae might be transported outside of these areas and seeding those. More important fishing, highly productive spillovers. Yep, so you spend less time fishing if you know just to go right to the boundary and back up on it. Where do the fish go? I like this slide. So it's like, say you have an area that's been overfished and then you establish a marine reserve. It's kind of like an empty apartment building or condo. There's lots of space available. Everybody's moving in, but eventually you run out of room. What happens? The teenagers take off. You know, they're starting to become independent. They don't need you. So they go and they do their thing, but they're not too far away because they need to come back and do like laundry or dinner or something like that. But this is kind of how we see spillover going. So like think of the empty apartment, everybody starts filling up, we're at capacity, and then we start moving outside. Another things we talked about with the design of these, we talked about big enough, connectivity, all that. This is just a good example of different types of fish and the maximum distance traveled outside, so that you will actually have movement of these animals outside of these areas. So it's important to, like I said, we're not just talking about one species, but looking at all of them. What are they doing? If it's not here, it's it's probably another slide. But seaweed is going to transport so far, invertebrates are going to transfer so far, some fish are going to transfer so far, whether it's their larvae or whether it's actually them actually moving and traversing those distances. So we got to take that into account, and then also make sure that they're connected with the networks. This is another great slide. This is from Anacapa. So this was another one that was, people were freaking out like, oh, we don't have these marine protected areas. It's like, hey, look what's going on in Anacapa. This is a great success story here. People might be familiar with urchin barrens. Palos Verdes is very famous for their urchin barrens. We get a lot of purpuratus out there. So what they have found is that, so in a fished area, so say we're removing a lot of lobster, which are a predator to purple urchins, urchin species. The urchin species is not being regulated as much, therefore it's growing fast, and then they're mowing down giant kelp. But Palos Verdes is a great example of this. Tom Ford's done a lot of work with that out there and smashing perforatus with hammers. But another method that might work is also a reserve. So if you have a reserve where you're actually keeping some lobster, and I'm a very, very realistic person knowing that not everybody follows all the regulations and there might be unlawful take or removal from these areas, very realistic. But they should, because you're not supposed to take it there, at least keep some of them. And then, so if you have larger population of lobster, they're eating their purple urchins there, and then it's helping with the kelp, so that they're not running it down. So basically keeping things in balance, as we talked about earlier, having those large predators or having predators like in a nice healthy balance is very important to the ecosystem. So why do we, hopefully we know at this point in the slide why we need MPAs. Oh yes, so then now, why do we have MPAs? Anybody know? Cal needed a job. All right, so we have MPAs due to the Marine Life Management Act. One of my favorite things to talk about. Why I love talking about this is because it completely failed the first time. A lot of times as a scientist, I always found it weird and peculiar that we don't publish things that weren't considered a success. There's a lot that can be learned from things that didn't go well, such as how to not repeat those mistakes of having it not go well again and again and again. So one of the great things about the Marine Life Protection Act is that you'll see 1999, our MPA isn't going to go into effect until 2012. So what happened during that time? It failed. It completely failed. Why did it fail? For a variety of reasons. One of the biggest changes, I will say, between the first go about and the second round is that they saw the importance of involving stakeholders. So that is a huge thing. Why the first time didn't go around? Was it not because people didn't think MPAs were good or might be helpful or could benefit or something like that? Sure, but the public didn't trust the process. The public didn't trust the people. These are all really important when you're dealing with trust and things like that. If you feel like you can't trust the people that are delivering the information to you, it's hard for you to get involved and be invested and feel like you're having a real dialogue here. So it failed because they said, hey, you cherry-picked your scientists, so we don't trust them. Those aren't our people. That person doesn't represent anything that I'm concerned about, or my interests, or my livelihoods. So yeah, great MPAs, but no, this isn't going anywhere. So they went back to the drawing board, and that's, I think, why I'm very proud of this process, because it really did show there was a lot of work, that if you have very open, transparent dialogue, where there is full public engagement on all aspects of it. There's another slide that will be up there that shows you every time public was allowed. There wasn't a word count. You weren't limited. You weren't limited to 150 characters to summarize all of your opinions. You could have this open dialogue, and it went all the way up to the state level, to the Blue Ribbon Task Force. So, John, we're just talking about why the Marine Life Protection Act failed the first time. It's because no one trusted them.
Yeah.
And
But Lauren was the one here that spearheaded things, so we had meetings here on Catalina Island that we could get the stakeholders together, especially those like Catalina Island, to get their input.
okay. Cal and I have kind of been here for, oh, John brought up. Oh, I can't compete with that. Yes, Paula and I were actually here from the beginning, and what's interesting is we sat in this room. We had poster sessions out there. It was doors open, anybody comes and talks. We had PFW here to answer your questions. You could give them a hard time, it was fine. we made sure that people had access to these folks if they wanted to share their opinions. You could write in a letter at any point. There was no word count. All these things were also basically transcripted, so all of our meetings were recorded. You could go back and read all them. You could read all the public comment. It's something I really think helped us get to where we are, and why marine protected areas, I think, have been accepted a little bit easier this round, because every step of the way it's, this is what we're doing and this is what it is. Okay, you don't like that? Okay, here, let's have a conversation about it. So very proud of that. Not trying to throw shade, just trying to say that very, very proud of this process, and I think that we can learn a lot from this. So we used best readily available science. Again, I brought some of the books, like these. The information was like this thick, and it was constantly updated. We're always using the best readily available science. There was so much science that was presented, we didn't even use most of it, because it had such rigorous standards for it. Because you had a lot of people that were going to criticize this. And so you needed to be able to stand by your science. And again, the involvement of stakeholders. And it was everybody. So it wasn't just, you think like, oh, stakeholders for MPAs, it must just be all the NGOs, so like Heal the Bay and stuff like that. No, you had everybody. You had Department of Defense, you had kayak shop owners, you had salty halibut trawlers, you had,
Underwater photographers.
yes, underwater photographers. I mean, but it was everything. So sometimes people are like, oh, you stacked this and it's only this people. It's like, no, it was across the board. Everybody felt the pain equally. Yeah. So that's a great example of compromise. There were 5 regions. Southern California was third to go because we were a very difficult region, I think is what they would say about us. With the highest number of ocean users and businesses and everything on the coast. And I've got a slide there. Yep, here we go. Nearly 18 million people, 50 incorporated cities. I always get a little jelly of the Northern California folks because they're like, let's just pick that part of the coast where no one can access. Like, you can't walk there, you can't get there by a boat, like, let's just make that an MPA. And everyone's like, yeah, because no one can go there. Southern California, and especially Catalina, is a little bit different because everybody might, or folks that might be in favor of these areas probably don't want it in their backyard. So even people who are like stakeholders, like Steve was like, but that's my favorite lobster hole. You know, it's kind of like, all right, we're all hurting here. But yeah, it was very complex, so we went third. As I mentioned, it's a variety of different representatives. We could always have done better with tribal representatives, but I learned some of the most too from like Roberta, the representatives that we had, and Louis. I learned so much from them, and their input was invaluable. And we can always do better. This is the nice cartoon slide, kind of showing how this action happened. So again, it was legislation. Then I should back up too, mention the regional stakeholder group. So that was a group of 60 of us. So in Southern California, there were 60 people representing. There was primaries and secondaries. I had I will call it the pleasure of representing Catalina as the primary stakeholder. I will mention too in the beginning, because I wasn't from Avalon, people weren't quite sure about me. So we had to have Lane Griffin as the director of the Chamber of Commerce, kind of be an Avalon representative. Luckily, some people vouched for me, and luckily I'm still here. But I will point out too, so when we voted on things, it was 60 people voting. And everybody who voted wasn't necessarily from that region. So if you were voting on Laguna Beach, I'm not from Laguna Beach, but I had to cast a vote. So it also kind of will give you an appreciation for when we're dealing with Catalina, that not everybody who was voting on these areas knew Catalina, maybe had been to Catalina. They offered field trips and opportunities for that, but those votes weren't necessarily for people who maybe cared about this as much as right here. So that's why we held a lot of meetings, so that everybody could yell at me and then give me their opinions. And again, we made it very accessible, so that's another big thing. You need to make things accessible. Down on the west end, it's hard for people to come to Avalon, so if you only have all of your meetings in Avalon, that's part of your population that their voices aren't being heard. So I was smart when I held all mine at the bar. Everybody grab a pint.
It wasn't always good yelling either, it was threatening yelling and stuff.
We got there. So, yeah. Sometimes environmental stuff can be a little spicy.
Exactly.
Yeah, but we got through it. But yeah, so, and then again, because I can't say enough, open, transparent communication. You know what's happening. This is public input all along here. You know that there's a science advisory team. You know that the Blue Ribbon Task Force it's kind of like the upper echelon of like the DFW that actually, they made the final decisions from the preferred alternative, they approved it.
Fishing Game Commission.
Yeah. Fish and Game is there, the stakeholder group, I mentioned 60 people representing all of their constituents. And staff. Shout out to our staff too. Okay, this is the materials that we had. So again, just to kind of give you an appreciation for what went into it, because recently at other MPA meetings, people are like, this seems dumb. Why did they put a marine reserve there? Or I don't get this. And there's some people that were involved in this and want to make sure that information is getting shared out how we actually got here. What was the thought process going into all of these decisions? All of the tools that we were given. Marine map. Oh, it's moving ahead on me. Okay, so this one's nearshore habitats and soft habitats. So the electric green is eelgrass beds. This other green is kelp beds. Seabirds and mammals. So the dark red spots are the biodiversity hotspots of largest population. So all of these are think of like as different filters. We're all kind of used. So as you're debating an area of where do we put these, like well, we're trying to protect key and unique species, habitats, stuff like that. Well, where are they? Here they are. You could sit there and literally put on all the filters. And you can put every filter on and then you can't see anything. So going back to that, there's a lot of use and importance to this region. Socioeconomics, I think that's something that people don't quite think about. It was very much so taken into account of how this was going to affect people's livelihoods. There's an interesting thing here, landslide multiplier effect. So one time I messed up and said landslides. No, it's actually landslide multiplier effect. So if you were going fishing and you stop at the grocery store and then you get gas and then you go, 7-Eleven and then you go buy bait and then you go buy ice, all of those things are adding up to the socioeconomics of that trip that you took. So it's things just even beyond, I think we tend to think like, oh, fishing boat or stuff like that, but there's actually additional effects of people having access to these areas and using them. So we did spend a lot of time talking about socioeconomics, commercial fishing and recreational users, because you had a lot of folks that said, this is my job, and this is why I'm concerned. Also really interesting stuff too is when we were having public comment, one of them went to 1:30 in the morning, and it wasn't lost on us that a lot of those commercial anglers had to leave the public comment because they had to go get their boats ready to go to work in the morning. So that was kind of the stuff, like when you cut out a lot of that public comment, you kind of miss a lot of that realness. Community and culture. So this is from an event that was done in LA. Linda was involved with this. Community and culture was very, very important. Like I said, some of the stories that were shared by our indigenous representatives that were there still like really touched me, and it was really important. We were really trying to work with them. We were really trying to find ways, and they said, we'll help you with this, but we want to be able to teach cultural practices such as building fishing hooks out of abalone. So if you help us here, we'll kind of help you there. Again, it can always be better, but it was very incredibly valuable, and we're very appreciative for that input. I'll move through this kind of quick, but there's different types of marine protected areas, because we'll go step by step through each of them. If you're not familiar, this is what Southern California's marine protected areas look like. I will mention there's 126 MPAs in California. Was this? Oh, am I getting ahead of myself? And in Southern California, 15% of our waters are protected, and we have 52 MPAs, which 36 of those are new. So some of those are pre-existing, and they may have had modified.
Can I add one thing? Because I think this will come up for if you're out doing outreach or education about marine protected areas. Often people will say, well, at what point can we revoke them? When can we open them up? Like if they're successful, then we don't need them forever. And the way the Marine Life Protection Act is written is, it's a law that we have a network of MPAs. So that answer is never. We're required to have a network of MPAs. They can be adaptively managed if they're not working. They can be adjusted, you know, they can be bigger, they can be smaller, there could be small boundary changes. But that law mandates that we have some type of network. Because you probably will get it. Why can't we just get rid of this?
Everybody asks that.
Yeah.
Or, you told me 5 years, now it's 10 years for adaptive management, and you said at 10 years they would be gone. No, they didn't say that 10 years they'd be gone, that they would take, so for those not familiar with adaptive management, it's this process that's put in place so that it's not an absolute. There is a lot of monitoring that goes along in these areas. Some of it was prior to the establishments of these MPAs, but definitely once these were started, there was baseline monitoring and there's continual monitoring that's going on. And that data is being used by the Department of Fish and Wildlife for adaptive management. So to take a look at, like if some reason the data came back and said, this isn't working at all, they would go back to the drawing board and say, okay, how can we make this work or what do we need to do? But what we have found is that things have been trending in the right direction. So for stats people use the wrong word, we're trending in the right area. We saw that too with the Northern Channel Islands. As I mentioned too, that was a process that happened before the Marine Life Protection Act. With that too, everybody goes, hey, 10 years, let's get rid of them. They're like, no, they're trending. But a lot of those were colder environments, and so they were slower to show these responses. But we are trending in the right direction where these things are showing positive effects. And I said too, it's not an overnight thing. These are multi-decadal. So you kind of go like, oh, I saw an extra lobster, like I saw an abalone, like we're good, right? No, you got to give them some time. Okay, we'll come back to that because we have a different slide that our staff has put together, which is really nice. But we'll finish up on this slide deck with just a quick, just kind of overview of the MPA Collaborative. So why we're here today is that there is a group here on Island. We are now a 501c3. Yeah, donate now. This is one of the brainchild of CALA. So at the end of the Marine Life Protection Act, when we went through, we developed plans, we revised plans, we kind of came up with a preferred plan that we sent, and it was eventually was approved. So now we have these MPAs, as I mentioned, 126 MPAs in California. Now what? What are you going to do? Does anybody know where they are? Does anybody know what they are? Does anybody care? And so Kella went in and said, hey, I have this idea. No one's going to know anything about this. Why don't we develop these collaboratives that are community-based, so they're region community-based. LA County has one. We are separate here in Catalina, because we feel like we're a different animal. But it was this basically coming together, what's the next steps? Because otherwise you're just going to have this population that's just going to be angry that you haven't done anything to help them. So the collaborative was established in 2012. We've worked on various projects that I think Aubrey showed a little bit in her previous slides. A lot of the materials are also back there. If you've been to any of the piers or some of the coves and they have one of those interpretive signs, that's us too. The brochures, everything. So basically, we took this as an opportunity to how do we educate Catalina, which has a very unique, it's different from a lot of the collaboratives in that there's a resident population that lives here. There's also seasonal populations that are here. And there's also over 1.3 million visitors a year. not necessarily from this country, not necessarily speaking this language. So we were in a unique position of how do we educate both people that live here so that they care about it and feel some ownership and some pride in their emergency protectors. And then how do we also get the word out to folks that are, they're just here on vacation, they're on Margaritaville time, you know, like they're not knowing before you're going, before they rent, you know, a boat or something, and how do we deal with that? So we hope that we've been successful in trying to get some of those materials out to you. So again, this is just some of our partners, some of the materials we've worked on. Again, these are the signs that you may have seen. These are the brochures. There's Linda, because we love her. She couldn't make it today. We brought some keyring guides. We host symposiums, both educator, enforcement symposiums too, a variety of things. If there's anything that's ever of interest that we're not already tackling, come and attend a meeting. And as I mentioned, anybody can join the collaborative. Or if I didn't mention, anybody can join the collaborative. This is not a pay to play. You can come and show up. You don't need to come to all the meetings. You can come when you want. You can provide input. You can always send an email. It's, again, kind of on the motif of just open, honest, and transparent. Anybody can come and have a say at these meetings. Okay. All right, I think. All right, do we want to take a break for a second before we go? Yes, Kathy.
One of the things that I wrote down was, do you guys, as a collaborative, have grant funding for programs that educate or things? Yeah, that's a great question. A lot of the projects came from smaller grants, and part of our job as the umbrella structure that supports all 14 collaboratives, because probably I know there's 14, is we chase down funding for projects that each of the collaboratives wants to do. So that's why you can come to a collaborative meeting, kind of share, like, I have an idea for a project, or this is what we really need to do. One of the pilot projects was the O and the K sign I was going to talk about, and we were able to go get funding for that. So that's really our job, is to try to find funding for outreach materials, for education programs. You know, you can buy lunch and snacks and coffee. You guys do this? No, things like that.
Did you do the signage at the secret archive?
Yes.
One of them. So one of them was done by an Eagle Scout, and then that's the larger one. And then we're on sign number 2 at the casino dive park because a helicopter took one out. There was a wedding, you know.
We talked about the number of people that visit here and the people that live here. Forever, I have gone to City Hall and said, why don't you guys fund and do this project? And nobody does, there's no money for it. But the Lover's Cove is already reserved. And if you have a sign about every 20 yards, like, here's the intertidal zone, here's the next zone, here's the next zone, and by the time you get to Avalon Point, here's the seabirds, and here's the fish that live offshore. And everybody walks along there and looks, and you can see the fish from the river. And I was just thought it could be an interpretive walk. Nobody's ever done it. You guys have been planning for it. Okay, well, it's a great idea, and we have signs already going in there that talk about the marine protected areas, but they're more regulatory, so I love the idea of an interpretive walk. And there's some precedents in other places. Lagoon Beach kind of has an interpretive walk along the heights of the park. So that would just be like, here's a priority for Catalina, and then if something comes up, like a grant, then we apply for it. But what's important is to kind of have it laid out, so, you know, we're just ready to go. And sometimes grants are like, give us your idea in a month, and here's a 50 grant proposal. So having that idea fully fleshed out so that we can chase it for you.
Well, I'm sure the experts here at CB and you guys have developed signage for different zones of the ocean.
Yeah, and Aubrey will talk about
Murals,
that.
and I pulled up the one that is getting replaced. I'm talking with Jamie after about it, but that's the one we've been referencing. And yeah, Lauren's passing out the collaborative developed flip guide. There's a bunch of names for it, but laminated guide that's for educators, for tourism operators, for anybody who talks about MPAs in their life. And so those are for you all, as well as brochures. So we can pass materials, but we've also got stacks of them in the back, so please take those. How are we feeling on needing a break? John and Council will be next.
There were some people that showed up late, so just wanted to tell people that there is coffee, snacks, and a signage. If you were
Raise your hand if you need a break now.
But I'm passing this out first because this is how we get you
Or after the
back
next.
from the break.
And asked you, like, that slide deck before was great. I've never seen that years ago. I thought myself, why did you use that to teach our staff? Is that slide deck available to you guys?
So it's gonna be a folder that's, in MCC.
Okay. Yeah, are sure you guys
Just a clicking link that Lauren was having issues with. Okay, sounds like we're taking a 5-minute break. Yeah, 11:20 please, so that's for raffle prizes. Kella brought some shirts, so hold on to it if you're hanging out, but otherwise don't worry. And yeah, so we'll have this pulled up, and then I can make it bigger, and then there's like an arrow right on the side, and you can just kind of click through. So if you move the mouse around, it'll show up, but if you click right over here, or you can use the arrow. Yeah, either one would work, and yay, fun animal pictures. Cool.
Also say that.
Yeah, you too, I was thinking.
Come into toy lines, give us the place. Yeah, that's what I want to do. What I'm hoping to do is do it by
So much for the science stuff.
organization work with
That's part of what I'm also doing. Even though we have budget transfers, is bigger, like, probably the ones that's doing the most amount of
Like for me, the best mechanism is talking to me. I have clean blocks between PD and educators. You can put them all in one room, you share a I want to get back to center. I think what happens is
your frustration.
Because what I'm going to do is just cross this out. Includes travel. Yeah. That's travel.
We're doing.
Oh, or I'll just say.
Kids are.
Very official. She also. That's why I like paper. Sign it.
And it might be.
Oh, I gotta cross it.
You have
Get her to do it now.
Yes. To like integrate like
A minute past already. Thank you.
Reef channel. Free programs. Mostly cheap. Coming out. High training. So.
Nice to meet you too.
He has a, if we have time, scrapping and some music station.
I have some stuff, but I'll see how time is going.
He has an under 5-minute video that he shot at the dive park.
Heck yeah. Show it at some point.
All these things that I was learning.
But I mean, I also feel like
And so right now they're in the process. They've tasked filmmakers around the world, one in South Korea, one in Chile.
and so I get it. It's like it's just a major
Initiative about because the company love the rest of the ocean. I mean, we all need the love, but
Maybe we should do a show here. They did one in Orange County, and I was out of town for it, but it's the Quiz of the Sea, so Natasha and I was worked on it, but it's shown at Ocean Film Festival. Yeah. Just gathered around, like, just watching.
gonna be able to take care of it.
Yeah, about it.
And I feel like them I'm also uses and other stuff. It's like now, like, so we're gonna
Have a kid. He's coming. Not my kid, but a friend's kid.
Okay, both mine are coming. But we're gonna be handing out stickers.
I don't know, so it's just like for them to like get that
Content.
yeah,
They would totally gravitate to.
yes, I think that's the thing. I'm not I don't have any science background or anything like that. But background hooks them, and then you get them in, and then
Everybody's here because they come to no matter how you got here, it's one of those things that I mean, we just don't really have near the ocean. It's just had an impact on it.
Yeah. Whenever you use it either now or in another break, it's amazing. You just have like a their laptop. I'm assuming that's easiest for you. Basically, the city has asked that it just all goes onto that, and you can remove it after.
So I have it on my phone, but I can probably do a screen mirroring onto the laptop.
Oh yeah, if you want to do that. I don't know. They're set up. I've done screen mirroring to like a TV, and that's easy enough. But I don't know if that would work.
Yeah, I was able to find the TV when I did a screen mirroring, but I think
And we want it bigger. So we'll mess around with that at the next break, maybe, or during the lunch.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Cool.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, excited to see it.
Yeah.
It's raffle time.
call vote. Okay, as a way to get your attention back, for John, I'm calling a raffle ticket. Just so you guys know, your options for the raffle, you can have, 2 spot octopus shirts is one option. 2 versions. You got of the beer drink. There is the slouchy tee. Or there's all the critters. You can pick.
Are those from like the crowd?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, 3721 582. Oh. What is she gonna pick?
It's hard to pick.
These are.
This one's really cool though.
This is a large.
It might be that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. There'll be more. Don't worry. You'll have another chance to win.
Oh, you win, you also get a free.
Hey guys, yeah. Well, hi everyone, thanks for coming out. My name is John Council, mostly familiar faces in here, a few new ones that I don't recognize, but I'll introduce myself as we move along. I brought these little characters. These are local spotwood owls. It's S-A-W-W-H-E-T. They are a form of ground-dwelling pygmy owl. They're ranged from western U.S., so basically from Canada down to Mexico, including Catalina Island. But these are somewhere around 7 to 8 week old animals. Received calls for them about a month ago. They were really tiny and not fully feathered. And we're on the golf course where there's kind of a colony of these guys. And so received that call. There was no way that they could fly. They could barely walk or hop at that stage. So there was no way that they would be able to survive on their own out at the golf course. They'd get picked off by ravens or a fox or a cat or something like that. So took them in and raised them up until they're fully flight worthy. They're starting to get there now. And then the big one, the big leap for them is they can finally capture live food like mice or lizards or something like that, dispatch it and feed themselves. Right now we're working off of hand feeding, where I kind of literally just hand it to them and eat, to now I'm putting food out on a tray or dish and they can see it from a distance and they'll fly down to it and then they'll start, picking it. So they're moving towards getting to the hunting stage for themselves. Anyway, they're just an example of something that we're always dealing with. I also right now have a kestrel, a little small falcon, and just picked that up yesterday at the horse stable area. Something wrong with one of its legs, so it's figuring out where the food's coming from right away. It's kind of like dogs. They find out right away where the food's coming from, and boom, they're on it. So, but mostly what I'm just trying to show is that we get a lot of different things. Marine Mammal Care Center is the organization that I work with now that originally was sort of a partner with Marine Animal Rescue, which was started by a guy named Peter Wallerstein about 45 years ago over in LA County. He actually started an organization called Sea Shepherds with kind of a controversial guy. I can't think of the guy's name right now. What, do you remember? Paul Watson. There you go. So anyway, so they started that. Paul had more sort of militant views on where to go. Peter was really focused on trying to actually rescue animals and develop rescue techniques and equipment and tools. And so that's really the direction he wanted. So he branched off of that and started the Marine Animal Rescue Program for LA County. And in 2012, they came to Catalina Island in search of volunteers. And I had a background in some animal husbandry, but a lot of marine bio background and basically behavioral sciences with animals and stuff like that. So it was kind of a perfect fit. So I thought, well, heck, I'll get into this. And I thought that we would maybe have maybe one call a month or something like that. And that was pretty naive. I had no idea the breadth of the different types of things that are on the island. But that is now averaged out over the last 14 years to about 320 calls a year. So we get a lot of calls. So we've got about 4,500 animal rescues. Some are successful, other times not. We get a lot of animals that are either, well, especially marine animals, we get a lot of shark attack victims, things like that. Those animals, even though they're still alive, there's no way that they're going to survive their injuries because it's just too severe. And so oftentimes we'll have to deal with those guys, and we'll get other animals that, you know, it's sad to say, we also get marine mammals that get shot by fishermen and stuff like that. So they have wounds in their faces or sometimes shotgun blasts in the face. And yeah, and then really sadly, commercial fishermen sometimes will purposely put seal bombs inside of a fish or a squid and then throw them to them. And then they grab it and it explodes, and of course then they blow their lower jaw to pieces, and they wind up back on shore, usually on the backside of the island, when we get calls for stuff like that as well. So anyway, it's a pretty diverse grouping of calls that we get. And quite honestly, our organization is Marine Mammal Care Center. And so our focus is on pinnipeds, seals, sea lions, and whales and dolphins, and that's really where our focus is. But because we're out here on the island and we don't have something like they have on the mainland, like 501c3 groups that would offer up something like Friends of the Raccoons or Possum Buddies or something, a group that you could call that would be able to respond to something like that. We don't have any of that here. And so it's morphed over the years into calls for really anything. People ask, you know, like, what kind of animals do you respond to? And I said, well, here it has a pulse. It's pretty much something we'll get a call for. So literally from hummingbirds all the way to blue whales. And so everything in between. So I would receive calls here for trying to shoot or move bison out of an area, or to try to, you know, pick up deer that are hung up on fences, or all kinds of things. And those calls can come at any time of day too. So I mean, there's nothing out of the ordinary about getting calls at 2:30 in the morning for a bull sea lion that's right at Abalone Point on the curve of the road, you know, sprawled out on the warm pavement. You know, when somebody's coming out of jail's locker room at that hour, you know, come head home, and also they come around the corner and there's this thing, right? So those animals will just try to relocate. There's nothing necessarily wrong with them. We just try to relocate them and get them to a safer spot where they're not going to be a road hazard, that kind of thing. But there's a lot that happens here, and it happens all the time. I think that probably about, on average, maybe about 25 to 30% of my dinners are interrupted with animal calls, and we're just up to drop them. Yes?
Where are you keeping all these animals? Do you have a menagerie?
So there's a couple things. Early on, my shower was the biggest holder of every kind of thing you could imagine. It was pretty comical. I mean, it was just, people would laugh. They'd say, you know, one day it was a pelican, you know, the next day it was a cormorant, the day after that it was a fox. And, I mean, it was just all over the map. I mean, it was just everywhere. And so I worked very closely with the Conservancy. I delivered 2 foxes to them last week. These are both fatalities. Somebody hit them on the road, and so they were both, you know, dead on the sides of the road and get calls. And you know, it's really Conservancy's kind of thing. But my phone starts ringing, and by the time I get my 5th or 6th call for the same thing, I'll say, okay, look, I mean, the Conservancy is aware of it, but I'll go get it for them. I'll pick it up, and they've got a place to put those animals up there by the botanical garden. They've got a freezer up there, so you can just take them. They can do an autopsy and whatever they're going to do, or tissue samples afterwards to see if there's anything wrong with them ahead of time. So maybe they were just flying or something, couldn't see a vehicle coming, who knows. But anyway, they do that work afterwards. But literally, I mean, there's stuff all over. So your question, a lot of stuff was in my house in the early days, and then the city started seeing that it was all over the place, and they have a facility, and now it's our facility in conjunction with the city. Kennels and cages and things like that out past the Edison plant up in the Canyon Road. And the city has to, I think, municipalities of California have to provide like a safe space for like stray dogs and cats and things like that, except that we really don't have that many stray dogs. You know, you drive through town and just a dog wandering down, so you know, what's Joe's dog doing over on Sumner Street? Somebody better call Joe, but the dog's out of Sumner, and that's really how how it happens here. So very rarely do you actually have a situation where there's an animal that's, you know, nobody knows who it belongs to and that kind of thing, so it would end up over there. The only time that they ever have dogs over there at all is when there's a bite or something and they have to quarantine it to make sure it's not sick or something like that, so that'll happen. Generally speaking, it's wide open, so I can keep sea lions and Alpha seal pups and all that kind of stuff there. In the last month, I've had 5 Alpha seal pups that are transported from the Avalon general area over to our hospital facility over in San Pedro. And we have a state-of-the-art facility over there, and it's really nice. And the works that have been done there by Dr. Lauren Palmer and Madison Peters, Dr. Madison Peters, the data that's come from their work, particularly with domoic acid toxicity cases and things like that, just world-breaking. I mean, they really made leaps and bounds in understanding what's affecting these animals, the types of treatments that work best. And that's good because later on, you know, somewhere down the road, you may have some kind of situation that affects a lot of these animals, and you have a mass mortality situation or something like that, but you have some background on how to address these cases. And, you know, blood flushes and fluid flushes in animals, load them up with fluids, put a drip on them, and just get a lot of fluid in them, and they're just peeing, pee, and they're just flushing their systems out. And it's pretty effective. It gets a lot of the stuff out of their bodies and makes it happen faster than it would normally take in nature. And it's effective for these animals, and they rebound pretty well. And even though some of these animals, you know, have gotten really, really sick, they're able to rebound in just a few weeks, and they can release them back again. So it's pretty effective. So anyway, there's a lot of things that happen. We've got some slides of different creatures. This is a local barn owl, and this is just an example of something other than marine mammals that we get calls for. But this animal was in really, really great physical shape, but super, super sick, and weren't really sure what was going on. But sadly, it only lasted maybe about 3 or 4 hours in the patient and perished. And what we discovered is that it had eaten a squirrel or something that was someone had poisoned. So people have put poison out, like rat poison or something like that. And if you're ever in conversation with people and how to handle rodents and things like that around your property, poison is probably the least effective way, because it gets into the environment and it moves on to something innocent like this that doesn't have any understanding that they're just going after a piece of food, and hours later they're sick and their kidneys are failing and they're you know, on the trail of death. And so it was really sad to watch this thing perish, because otherwise all its plumage was clean, it was really robust weight-wise, all that kind of stuff, and just got a bad piece of food. So it's really sad to see that. Here's the guy that was over, that you probably recognize. This is right over by the restrooms at the Express. And of course, this guy just decided to come and stake up this territory, and it was probably about, I don't know, maybe about 1 a.m. You can see it's a little dark. But, you know, I'll get calls from Sheriff's Dispatch and stuff like that, and it's like, you know, it's funny because I get a lot of people go, oh, this seems like really cool work. I'd really like to do that with you. And I said, well, you say that now, but if you have to get up at 2 a.m. and then have to go wrestle with something like this, it's a little more work than you think. And these guys, I mean, you know, there's a little bit to them, and you get a net on them, and you'd be surprised how much they come to life. You know, you've got a real wrestling match on your hands when you get one of these guys in the net, and now you're in it, right? And you're sort of like, it's not like you can just decide that you don't want to deal with it anymore. This thing, you know, if it gets out of the net, it's not very happy, and it's, you know, very likely to come right at you. So, you know, now it becomes a, you know, you or them kind of situation. So you have to make a commitment to going after these things. Once you're in it, and there's not really much turning back. So.
Good thing you're such an accomplished football player.
Yeah, so, yeah. Here's a tough one. This was a last year shark bite victim. This is about a 500-pound bull, and you can see that this is one half of the bite radius. The other half of the bite is on the opposite side, back behind, and it took both sides and raked it open pretty hard. And this animal was tough. It lasted about a week, and we tried so many times to get a net on it, and it just was not having it. And anytime you got close to it, this was the first time we got near it. It wasn't in a place where it could get a net on its face, because he's kind of up against this chair area here, and I didn't want to move the chairs, because then he would just bolt. So I was trying to wait for him to move around. And oddly enough, a guy came from shore, had it all taped off, and, you know, caution tape and everything, and a guy came from out in the water on a paddleboard, and he came in, and I was trying to wave him off, and he came directly right at it, right, I'm yelling at him, so there's an animal right here. He said, yeah, I came here to give him his first rights. I got my rosaries and everything. And I was like, and, you know, I've been sitting here for an hour waiting for this to move to a place where I can get a net on, and he came right in. The animal bolted, the guy fell off the paddleboard flipped up, the animal lunged at the paddleboard. Luckily, he had that between him and the guy, because I'm sure it would have gotten a hold of him and given him the chunk. And so I gave him a stern talking to, and that he was interfering with the rescue activity and all this kind of stuff. And I told him that him reading his last rites with his rosary beads was a waste of time, because this guy was Jewish, I'd already found out. So anyway, there's another shot of that. And so these are kind of gruesome, I understand, but this is what we get to deal with on a fairly regular basis. And we had 13 of these types of cases last year, just between May and July. So
Shark bites?
these were yeah, I had 13 shark victims along with everything else. So there was an increase. Now normally we get shark bites every year, but on average there's maybe one between Hamilton Cove and, say, Edison, one, right? And then last year we had 13. Generally speaking, where they're called in is out past Howlands or somewhere out in that area, and they'll come on the beach there, and they're missing like the last third of their body or something. So we'll go pick them up and move them. So, this is a case of this was a night heron adult. This is some pretty tough line, and it's all wrapped up, and it basically rendered this animal not only entangled with some of the mooring lines, but obviously unable to do anything for itself. So it was a pretty easy capture because it couldn't get anywhere. And then 3-4 minutes later, with a sharp razor knife, just cleared all that off and then sent it on its way. And they're always very thankful. Usually give you a bite or two in the hand and let you go. So this is another shark. This is actually Avalon Bay here, and you can see the jaw bite of that here, and that animal, believe it or not, survived. So that one we were able to get it, and they were able to stitch it all up, and it made it, and I'm sure it's looking over its shoulder all the time now. There's one of the early cases. So this was a little character that was able to raise up, and starting out, and people always ask, what do you feed them? It's like, well, baby food and soft cat food and stuff like that. So you just either a little syringe or a toothpick, and just start feeding them. And after several weeks, they're fully fledged, and about a month later, they're flying around, and then you come loose. So pretty cool. That was a little warbler. It was pretty cute when we got going. This guy was all tangled up in there was some monofilament line and some other stuff in this fence, and I got a call for him, so I was able to go get him out, and of course he was really excited about me handling him. So these guys are a little bit dicey. You gotta wear gauntlet gloves, and I usually just drop a towel over their heads so it settles them down, and then you just have to watch out where the talons are and just get them pulled out. And then once you get them loose and cut free, if they got lines wrapped on them or something like that, then they're all ready to go again. So pretty quick work on these guys. These are unusual. These animals will come down and get down to lick the rocks for salt. And so sometimes they stay a little longer than they should, and then they get trapped down there, and then the people start wandering around, and then they're afraid to get back up on the sidewalk because of the people. And so now they're trapped there. And I can't think of a worse place for a deer to be on than these rocks. I mean, this is easy leg break kind of terrain, and I deal with a lot of animals with leg breaks that try to jump fences, and they get their leg caught in between pickets or something and thrash around, and then they got a compound fracture, and then those animals we have to euthanize. Here's a typical thing: wrought iron fences. Come fawn season in the spring, I usually get this past spring I got 38 calls for deer, and I want to say 35 of them were fence entanglements. similar to this. So they get inside fences and they can get their head and shoulders through, but then their hips get stuck. They've got a pretty good technique, works out really well. I always carry a jug of water and a little tub of Dawn soap. Wet them down, Dawn soap on them, grease them up pretty good, and they squirt right out. So the sheriffs are always disappointed. They're all sitting there like, ready to handle the situation. And I do that with the soap and water, and they go. So anyway, this is a fox out by Descanso, and sadly it got hit pretty hard, and some of its entrails are out there. These are things we do. So this was kind of fun. I don't see these very often. This is a kingfisher, and I'm not even sure exactly what the story was with it, but I held on to it for a couple of days, fed it, and then it started flitting around, and I opened the window and off it went. So it was a couple day, rebound with food, and it was on its way. There's kind of a fun shot. This is a special little critter that we ended up naming Thompson. This is a great story because this one wound up at about 5 in the morning at the Edison power plant, and I got a call from Edison, so I went down there and he said it got in the shop in the shelving over there in a box or behind a box. So she was pretty rough. She was really, really scrawny and sickly looking. And there was a time, a particular year, this was several years back, and she was in rough shape, and I called, and they said, we are about 65 animals over capacity already. We can't take any more. Put her on the scale. If she's under 20 pounds, euthanize her. So I put her on the scale, and she was 17 and a half pounds, and I was going. And but she was underweight, and I looked at her, and I just didn't have it in me. I just couldn't do it. And so I went to all the seafood restaurants around town, and I said, can you guys save any trimmings or any cutlets or anything of your salmon or your fish, and bag them up, and I'll pick them up at the end of the day. Well, within about a week and a half, this became a competition between CC Gallagher's and the Blue Water and Lobster Trap. Everybody was now throwing full fillets and 10 pounds of fish, and pretty soon they had fish in freezers and stuff like that. Anyway, she went from 17 and a half pounds up to about 78. And she had the most luxurious coat of any sea lion ever. Super, super oily, super good. And as a matter of fact, I think the Avalon Hotel used her image on their hotel keys. And so it's pretty special. But she was an interesting animal, and it was just pre-COVID, and we tried to release her, took her down to Seal Rocks, and about 2 hours later she was back at the laundry looking for us. And then took her the other way up to past Long Point, and a couple hours later she was back to the dive park looking for me. So we knew that she'd already imprinted too hard. And so we took her to the facility over, and they kept her for about a month, and they fed her and basically isolated her from people, and then just kept her with other sea lions, and they released her there. And then about 6 weeks later she was back. But she was changed, and she'd been a little bit more wild, and so every once in a while she'll come over to the rescue dock and she'll bark. She has very distinctive bark, because we had a tube feed her for a while, so she's got a real raspy bark. And I'll open the gate and she'll run up the ramp and she'll do a little ankle wrap and pat her on the side and everything, and then go sit on the dock with her for a minute or two and pat her on the side, and then kind of scoot her off into the water and let her know it's time to go. And off she goes. I kind of hoping that one day she'll show up with a pup, and that would be pretty special. Anyway, cool animal. That was her. Yeah, you can see how scrawny she was, and not a candidate for much rescue there.
What do you call her?
What's that?
What do you call her?
What do we call her?
Her name?
Oh, Thompson. Thompson the water seal. So this is an example of some cording that it took off of a bird, a wrap. This same sort of cording gets wrapped up around sea lions, around their necks and stuff, and then it stays there, and it keeps working itself in until it actually cuts into the tissue. We get, probably in 14 years, probably had about 12 or 15 of these cases where we finally get them, and you start peeling the stuff out of the wound, and it just keeps coming around. It's a little dicey work around their heads, so you have to keep that in the net, and somebody kind of holding on the head, and then you keep peeling it off and cutting and pulling and finally get it out. But this stuff is, it's pretty rigid cordage, and it's not something that breaks down or comes apart. And so if it gets a wrap on an animal, it's going to stay there until either it dies or somebody, you know, can finally get to it and get it out. They're not able to extricate that stuff out on their own. So this is interesting. I've had in 14 years, believe it or not, 6 giant sea bass calls and fishermen. And I got to share this story because it's pretty fun. I was out diving for lobster several years ago. And I went out along Pemberley Beach and I was going to go to this deep spot that I know there's a boat wreck. It's about 140 feet of water and it's always full of lobsters. So I'm heading out to my little 140-foot deep spot, and halfway out there, I'm heading out, here's a scuba tank rolling along the seabed floor. And I'm like, that's weird. And I've never seen that before, so I grab the tank, and I grab it, and it feels like it's full, so I stick it on the ground, and I'm still heading out to my deep spot, and I don't want to be carrying this with me. So I take a bunch of rocks, and I stack around it, and I pile around it, and put some on top of it, keep it there. And then I go down and do my thing. I go get my lobster, I start coming back and say, okay, that tank's over along here. I'll go grab it and I come back and I bring it back up, climb up the rocks along Pedley, get up to where my truck is, load everything in there, and I crack the valve on the thing. I go, oh, it's full. I go, great. You know, it's like, what a find. So it was one of CDS's tanks, and it was just somebody lost it or whatever, it's rolling around the bottom. So anyway, so I think, well, I just did a deep dive and I wanted to do another dive, but I was going to wait for maybe an hour or so. I'll go down and check on my boat down by the Buffalo Nickel and just look it over and just make sure it's okay and everything, and just have some surface interval time. 75 feet of water to recompress his swim bladder. It was all kind of pushed out of his throat, and kind of poked it in there, pushed it, and let it all, the water pressure pushed it all back in. And I start pumping his gills, kind of giving him CPR, and pumping his gills, and sure enough, a few minutes later, his dorsal fin kind of popped up. All of a sudden, his eye kind of like started looking at me a little bit, and he started kind of coming out of the stupor. And he started swimming down slope, and I go, great, I'm not going to follow him downhill because I didn't want to do another deep dive. So I just went over the top of him and stayed at like 70 feet and stayed and watched him go down. He went down, and he turned around and came back up slope, and so I turned around, came back, and then met him at about 60 feet. And he was just sort of sitting there doing one of these. And I got down next to him, and I'm looking at him, and I kind of tapped him on the side and kind of rubbed his eyes, like looking at me, checking out. And also his fin came up on his back, and he took off, and he swam at pretty good speed, took off. So he got resurrected, so that was pretty cool. So that was a good find. Anyway, it happens. Yeah, so here's interesting, this is a hawk that had some sort of like a fungus, bacterial infection on his foot. This one went over to the hospital. And not our hospital, went over to the Wetlands and Wildlands Hospital in Orange County, and they dealt with it from there. So, but I was able to get him over there. Little fox, this guy was standing on the side of the road, and his vision, he had like cataracts. And so I was able to net him and took him to Dr. D, and they took care of him from there. Here's a sea lion, female, and I'm pretty sure she was pregnant. And just kind of uncomfortable, not feeling that good, a little fat in the belly there, and just lounging. Another fox didn't make it. Pelican wrapped up. We had a lot of bird calls the last couple of years from various things, sicknesses, and lack of food that they think. There's one they released, and so after I got done with him, cut him loose, and he's right back ready to go. There's a little one in the shower, a little piece of fish sitting there. And it was a little, even these little guys, little squirrels. So this one got hit by a golf cart and lost half his tail, and then got hit in the head. And this little guy's blind. And so other than that, it's, okay. But it just can't see because it lost its sight. So that one I've had now for about a year. And I just call it Stinky. Here's a little alpha seal pup. These guys look for this type of beach to haul out on typically. They're not climbers like sea lions are, so they'll look for a graded salt beach, and that's where they like to come out. And these are one of the strange animals in the marine world, in that the females will wean these pups faster than really any other thing. So these guys can get weaned as early as 9 days, like see a kid, and they just ditch them. And then you'll hear these out all over the place, chortling, calling for their moms, but mom's not coming back. But you'll hear them. It sounds pretty forlorn. They kind of, it goes, sound, it's pretty loud, and you can hear it for a long ways, and people automatically think that they're super distressed. And the real distress is they're hungry, and mom's not around, but she's not coming back either, so. And I think that's it. So, yeah, so are there any questions on what the program does, or how we involve ourselves with the community thing? I'll just say that a big part of our job is community outreach. So as much as the rescuing and everything, a lot of our work is really educating the public as to what's normal versus abnormal behavior of animals, what's something to be alerted by and what's just normal. You know, sea lion up on the beach is not a risk thing. It's just that they do that every day, and if they happen to do it where people are, then it becomes, you know, sort of unusual, but it doesn't mean there's anything wrong with them. You have to look for secondary things. So you start looking for signs of illness, which would be heavy crusting around the eyes, you know, like when you get, you know, sleepy crud in your eyes. They get real heavy crusting, looks like, you know, dry crinkles and stuff around their eyelids, so that's an indicator. Heavy mucus discharge from the sinuses or coughing, those are indicators of sickness, but other than that, heavy tearing is normal, so they'll have a big wet spot coming down their cheek. That's because they're in the salt water all the time, so they have a pretty heavy mucus layer over their eyes to protect them. And so that's normal. So what we're looking for is abnormal stuff. And I guess there's, you know, the general public, and it's always surprised when there's an animal here, it's been, something hit it in the head, like maybe a boat prop or somebody hit it with a machete or something. I'm going, I said, are you sure? He go, yeah, there's a big gash on its head. And I go, okay. I said, can you take a picture of it? And I said, well, try it. And so they took a picture, and it was an animal that was out on the rocks drying, and as its fur dried, the fur sort of slipped open, you know, when it started to dry. And so it kind of cracked open, and I said, there's no blood, there was no injury, it's just fur opened up, and so it wasn't a gash. So, anyway, but the point being is that our work is to try to teach people what to be aligned with and what's normal, and that kind of thing. Thank you, guys.
I can project it or
Yeah, I was just gonna.
probably can.
There you go. Yeah, little. Thank you.
I'm here all day, so I can do the.
Rock's here.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, what was your question?
Since Rock is here, do we want to let him go now? And
Yeah.
then I can do the
Yes.
other
Yeah,
part
yeah,
later.
Rock, you want to go now? Or you think we just need the
I
slides?
get about 3 or 4 years. So this is just.
Oh, yeah, you can grab the live animals.
If you have slides, you're just going to talk? Okay,
just talking.
then I'll just pull up.
I'm not as sophisticated as John.
You don't need to be sophisticated.
Well, it's funny, the gentleman who's helping us set up, I go, oh, I don't know if Rock has slides. He goes, Rock is not bringing slides.
Totally
Jamie
fine.
knows me.
Totally fine.
No, I was forced to graduate.
Oh, no.
I was forced to graduate, so.
Yeah, so they're pretty damn cool, but that's like full size. Yeah, well, I got a couple of these, you know, all the other bigger stuff I can keep out. Now I don't have that.
Well, you guys were seeing in some of those slides, a lot of those slides, you noticed the same tile pattern in the floor on the, that's John's shower. We've seen it. We've seen it. John and I have worked kind of together in the past on some of these things. And yeah, there's Thompson. These are our hotel keys. So anyway, my name, I'll introduce myself. I'm Rock Gosselin. I'm actually here this afternoon. Is it this afternoon now? To talk. I'm a member of the Tuna Club here in Catalina Island in Avalon Bay. So I'm speaking from that perspective to give you guys some insight into preserving Mother Ocean from an extractive standpoint. You heard from John Council, he goes out and rescues them. I go out and extract them. And yet we, as the Tuna Club, are one of the premier conservation organizations dating back now 128 years in these waters. Yes, we go out and we hunt these animals for our sport, our fun, and our food for us, our families, and our friends. But we also preserve that resource. And with the MLPAs and now the collaborative, this is offshoots of what we, and I'm going to be using the term we to denote myself and current Tuna Club members and all the way back to our founding fathers of the Tuna Club 128 years ago. We were the ones that could see that Mother Ocean could no longer survive what was being done to her. That was 128 years ago, 130 years ago. So she's still here. She's still providing for us. Is she as healthy as she was 128 years ago when our founder, Charles Frederick Holder, said that Mother Ocean can no longer sustain this type of wanton extractions? She is healthier today than she was 40 years ago, at least in the Southern California Bight. Is she as healthy as when I was a young child first learning how to water ski in 1962 and first learning how to scuba dive in 1969? No, she was healthier then. But we're putting her back together with the help of some of the MLPAs. I'm not totally sold on the need for as much as there is, and Lauren and I have had discussions going back 12 years ago to let's get proper science on this, and to also go back and look at what does work and what doesn't. From the standpoint of where we are here in Catalina Island, everybody that is here that is a resident of Catalina Island and a person that's here in Catalina Island is both interpretive, education, tourism, extractive, conservation like John, extractive like me as a sports fisherman. We need to take pride in the fact that, yes, conservation started here. Ocean conservation started here in Catalina Island in Southern California. But also the first marlin, first swordfish, first large tunas ever caught in the world on sporting tackle of the time, meaning rod and reel, was done here. And it was done here with an effort to make sure that the fish had a fair chance at its liberty. We weren't out there to put as many fish on a boat or on the beach as what was being done in centuries before. And as members of the Tuna Club, as early adopters of this sport, we wanted to make sure it was always there for everybody. And again, the fish had fair play. And that goes back to collaboration with the glass bottom boat operators and the first MLPA, before that term was ever available, Lover's Cove, and to have a place where everybody could then enjoy what was out there. And now you've got the dive park. And this is all community-based and collaborative. So you don't have to, if communities come together and want to preserve their local resources, you don't need that much government intervention. Now, would it be nice for the state of California to help the locals collaborate and actually give it then the force of law and regulation? I think that would be a better alternative. And there's now examples of that all over the world. One of the most highly fished areas now, besides Southern California Bight, is Baja East Cape. I mean, you watch 250 boats leave Cabo Harbor every day with tourists going out and hunting tuna, dorado, marlin on a daily basis, 300 days a year out of there. But one of the most productive areas on East Cape is an indigenous collaborative effort by locals on East Cape near Rancho Buena Vista. And they protect it, they patrol it, they take care of it, and it's some of the most productive, one of the most productive areas in East Cape now. Some of these animals are huge. I couldn't believe that I was looking at a yellowtail. I wasn't really sure it was a yellowtail. It was nearly 100 pounds. They morph into things that don't look like the 25-pound yellowtail we have here. Amazing animal. And that was a local group of people that came together to protect it. So we can always do that. To bring over now where the Farnsworth Bank MPA comes into play, well, Farnsworth Bank, what is that? You guys might be talking about, if you're doing a tour operation, you've got a 6-pack charter for either sightseeing or fishing or both, and you're going past, oh, we got to pull our lines in, now we're at the Farnsworth MPA. Well, what is the George Farnsworth Bank? Well, there was really a guy named George Farnsworth, and he was a local boatman here in Avalon. He took both Tuna Club members and the general public who wanted to go out fishing for these giant bluefin tuna, and this is all prior to World War II. They wanted to go out and test their skills against other people that were holding world records for the local marlin and swordfish and large bluefin tuna and yellowfin tuna, yellowtail. He developed all kinds of incredible, adaptive, and innovative fishing techniques. And in honor of this man who has actually been indoctrinated, well, several years ago, was indoctrinated into the IGFA, International Game Fish Association's Hall of Fame. And we have his plaque, along with 11 other plaques of community members here in Avalon and members of the Tuna Club, past and present. We have 11 of those plaques at the Tuna Club, and memorializing these people that have, dedicated their lives to furthering, really, the ethical take of sports fish in these waters. There is nothing wrong with the ethical take for your consumption. I would much rather have a friend of mine deliver me a tuna steak that he caught on rod and reel, rather than go down to Vaughn's and buy a tuna steak that was taken by a non-sustainable extractive measure, especially like what's happening in Mexico. I won't even go down there right now. Go down that path, I should say, with talking. But here's George Farnsworth, and in primitive boats, they didn't have Loran, they didn't have fish finders, they didn't have bottom scanning sonars. I can now climb onto sports fishers with $100,000 sonar, pieces of sonar gear on the boat to look for what we're hunting for. But he would go out, and he was always the best one. You paid more to go out with George to go fishing back in the day. And a lot of Tuna Club members he's got to be cheating. And one of his innovations I don't know how many of you people understand the method of kite fishing for tuna. It's used around the world now. It was invented here in our waters. Yes, it's an extractive measure, but I also think it's something we should all be proud of, because there is no bycatch. There is no destruction of the marine environment. If the fish that you've hooked up is not the size you want, because it's not a mature specimen, you can let it go. You only hooked up one at a time. Now, all of a sudden, if it's a 150-pounder and you want that on the table and you want to have the prestige of hanging it at the pier here for the photo op and the weight, go for it. Because you've only taken one animal. You haven't wrapped tens of thousands and probably damaged the meat anyway, and now we're taking it into, a fish processing plant. That extraction still needs to happen for the world's good and for the food tables, but it needs to be done in an ethical manner. But we have these MPAs that give credence to what we all started here 130 years ago around this island, and that is to try and protect the environment so we can continue to extract from it. I think George Farnsworth would be not only proud that one of his greatest fishing areas that he always liked to, and to go target because he knew where it was, but also develop the kite fishing method to put his people on the biggest and the best and the most elusive tunas that were out there. And the fact that it's actually a protected area, I have to kind of agree with it. And I also, the first time I ever saw Farnsworth Bank from under the ocean, scuba diving it would have been probably 1969, 1970. Last time I dove it was probably about 75 or 76. I've been told by divers that have seen it since, well, if you saw it in 1970, don't go back. You're going to cry. So the fact that it's protected, that's great. But also part of what the Tuna Club espouses is we actually use our old gear. We have to have our fishing line specially custom made by a mill in France every couple of years. We have to buy thousands of dollars of it at a time so that they can actually mill it for us. We still use the world's first and the world's only eco-friendly biodegradable fishing line. John Council, I can guarantee you, is not trying to unweave our linen line from birds and marine mammals. Now, this line's not for everybody, and it's very difficult to fish with, but we do it for a couple of reasons. To hold back to our values of where we started. It's a great fishing line to fish with. I hate fishing with monofilament. It drives me nuts because it's fishing with a rubber band. And it takes maintenance. This fishing line takes maintenance. After you've fished with it, you have to dry it and put it back on your reel. You can't leave it wet because it's a natural flax linen fiber. But if I break off, it doesn't stay at the bottom of the ocean, kill indiscriminately for years. It goes back to Mother Nature. But it's also a very difficult line to work with, and there's very few of us that do it. But we now have an opportunity. I'm teaching you about this line that we use. It is a biodegradable line. Here's a community groundswell effort for people that are, we can come from the outside and, well, maybe we should be trying to get line manufacturers to go back to something like this. I wouldn't wish linen line on the entire world. Like I said, we've worked with it for over a century, and it's a pain in the ass. Can't cast it, breaks when it wants to, but it's less degrading to Mother Ocean. Instead, what's happening in the industry is we're getting more and more higher strength lines, thinner lines at higher strength. I mean, the 100-pound breaking strength spectral line is so thin, you better be careful fishing with it or you'll take a finger off. And now we're putting that in the environment, and that's slicing into animals like a razor blade. Yeah, John.
We've found an increase in spectral line entanglements on all kinds of animals. And the rock is 100% correct. It's very thin, it's lightweight, but it's very strong. And so it doesn't break. So if an animal gets entrapped in it, like a turtle, it's a wrap of it on its fin or something, you cannot.
It's a death sentence.
And, so it's dangerous to a lot of work.
Yeah, and it stays forever. The only time it will no longer indiscriminately kill on the ocean bottom is when it finally balls up, gets entangled, and gets encrusted with marine growth. And then, in about 500,000 years, when that part of the ocean is now upthrust to a landmass, and some archaeologist is going to go, that's a new mineral. So it's a forever thing. So you've got opportunities as a ground roots collaborative group of people to, well, yeah, this MLPA is a great thing, and, you know, that we kind of agree with that, but, you know, can we also help us as a regulatory bodies? Can we work with different line products? Can we work with different formulas? Is there a way to make a better biodegradable product rather than making better, longer lasting, deadlier products? You know, the big great garbage patches, you know, gyres that there's, what, 7 of them in the world. You know, they're not big, huge mounds of trash. It's just areas where you just see more of it across the ocean. That always gets the news. Some of the things that, you know, should get the news is, you know, fishing with some of the ways we fish. As Tuna Club members, we allow ourselves one hook. We don't fish with trebles. If we're towing tuna feathers, most tuna feathers have a dual hook system. We don't do that. We don't throw surface poppers with 3 trebles hanging off of it. If you catch a fish that you don't want, you can't release that animal alive or uninjured. We use one hook. Most of the time, that one hook is a circle hook. 99% of the time, that circle hook embeds right here in the corner of the mouth. There's no gut hooks. There's no injuries. So you have easier release. Release with a circle hook is you clip the line as close to the circle hook as possible. You do not stress the animal out trying to get that circle hook out and get it released. You just clip the line as close as you can to that hook. That hook will release in a couple of days. One of the questions that was given in it was a international symposium here on the island in 1989, a billfish symposium. And one of the questions was asked from the audience when they were espousing, don't handle the animal, just cut the line as close as you can to the fish, release it. Someone in the audience and a marine biologist, it wasn't, you know, a lay person. Well, wouldn't that affect the animal's ability to eat? And the ichthyologist that was speaking at the time, I forget who it was, but I remember his answer. He goes, how many starving, emaciated human beings do you know with tongue piercings and lip piercings? Okay, move on to the next question. We took care of that. So there are ways of working with Mother Ocean in an extractive environment and still respect her. And when we look back at, you know, all the innovations that the Tuna Club has given the fishing world, one of the things that really sprouted from the Tuna Club and our working with regulating ourselves and educating the people around us what we do for our sport became the IGFA. Before the IGFA, the International Game Fish Association, the Tuna Club was the holder and regulator of world records and was the regulator of how you fished. What was your tackle requirements? What you could or couldn't do in the way of setting up your tackle. And until early 90s, the IGFA, the international body of now controlling recreational fishing and recreational tournaments, Their rule book, when you go all the way back after you're reading all the records of who did what with this, you go all the way back, and in the back of their book was all the rules requiring what you had to do. If you didn't rig your live bait this way, or you didn't rig your dead bait this way, or you didn't rig your artificial lures this way, your record didn't count. This is not how you fish. They were tuna club diagrams. Our methodology of protecting Mother Ocean, starting right here in that little bay, in that little white and green building right on the water, spread across the world on how to regulate how we take care of Mother Ocean. The collaborative network that you guys have here, you can continue on with the legacy that some of the Tuna Club members started nearly 130 years ago. And I was very excited to hear, when I was talking to Lauren on some other things, that you guys were going to do this today. And then she asked me to speak, and I went, oh, I think this might dovetail quite well. Even Jamie Milok was laughing. Rock doesn't travel with slide stuff and those things. So I didn't have all the cute little critters to, or neat things that we've all collected from our fishing heritages to show you guys. But we're still involved in it. We still do these things. Every year, and John's seen it. John's been part of it. Every year there's we call it the Big Marlin Mashup out of Bahia Magdalena down in Mexico in October, November. We have the opportunity. We can tag and release 30 to 40 striped marlin a day. That's how many there are. It gets nuts. It's been, you put that bait in the water, it's your problem. I'm sitting down having a beer right now. I am not going to help you. It's that much fishing, that much catching. And we tag these animals, we put spaghetti tags in them, and that helps the scientists track these animals. There's been tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of these spaghetti tags in dozens of species now set around the world. And I just came from a Conservation Coalition Association's dinner in Long Beach, where we honored Dr. Barbara Bach. I have fished near her and her team in Nova Scotia. I have fished near her and her team in Bahia Magdalena. She has set hundreds of satellite tags. So yeah, we go out there and we fish. We have a good time. We have a ball. We extract these animals. Sometimes we release them. Sometimes, oh, yeah, you're coming to the dinner table. But we also put these tags in these animals to help the scientists collect more and more of this data and to be able to see over the years how much better some of these protected areas may or may not work. I think I've covered just about as much of, in the short term, of what the Tuna Club really is. We've got 130 years of history that we can dump all kinds of information on you. I invite the collaborative to reach out to me. We can give a tour of the Tuna Club directly for some of that. We do community tours on a scheduled basis with groups and things of that nature. Any other questions for me? And
Have you or any of your members participated in CCFRP, the California Collaborative Fisheries Research Program?
I can't speak for anyone that I know specifically, but I know members do. A lot of our members are members of CCA. A lot of our members are also members of like other fishing organizations on the mainland. A lot of our members are deeply involved in their home ports, white sea bass grow out and release pens. You know, the mother pen is in Lauren's backyard there, where we keep the brood stock for scripts. One of our members is number 2 at NOAA. So yeah, we've got some horsepower in that way, but Right now, my focus, those idiots drug me into being on the board of directors of the Tuna Club. So I still have 4.5 years of my 5-year sentence to follow through with as director of one of the 5 directors of the Tuna Club. Through that body of 5 of us, we help direct where some of our funds go to if we see that something needs to be funded or happen or get our name behind. We limited ourselves by charter to 200. We are just under 180 active members. So there's 180 of us that are holding together, preserving what we all consider the world's single largest fishing artifact. And, you know, the history that goes along with inventing sportsmanlike conduct in blue water fishing. And I'm not trying to say we invented fishing. We invented blue water fishing. Angling has been with humanity for millennia. But since that nice deep bay that sits here in front of us, that nice picture is, that water's deep. It is not unusual to see marlin and swordfish feeding in and amongst those moorings. And so that's why it was easy to start the process here rather than other places around the world. Lauren.
Rob, can you describe the fishing pole or apparatus as we call it? Because I've seen it like the thumb flat
Yep.
up, and I don't think people really appreciate how difficult it is to land a fish that size on that type of equipment. Should really make it, believe you're not trying to be conservation or catch and release, your tournaments or catch and release, and using that equipment to kind of make it fair.
Yep. Well, we'll start with how many people here fish kind of regularly with the modern equipment? The high tensile lines, the lever drag reels, the nice fiberglass poles. The sporting tackle of the day was bamboo rods. If you were going after a larger quarry, you may have had a hickory spined rod. The reels were very rudimentary. They were direct drive, meaning there was no braking system, there was no clutch disengagement, there was no drag system. To bring the line in, you cranked the reel. When the line went out, the reel went the other direction. Some of these fish, when they hit that line, depending on the size of the reel and how much line might have been on the reel, the diameter of the outer spool, those handles were calculated to exceed 3,000 RPM on a run. That's why they called them knuckle busters. They broke fingers. They didn't break skin, they broke fingers. And the only drag system was a leather thumb patch. So you're sitting here on a rod that, depending on who built it and how it was built, is not flexible like the graphite rods of today. You're hanging onto the foregrip, the fish is running, you're having to use a manual braking system, a thumb patch, leather thumb patch that goes down onto the line. And you get control, but now you can start cranking. The line was the linen line. And back in the good old days, they worked with line that broke at 60, 80 pounds on a good day, if it was feeling healthy. And they slowly evolved to having, rudimentary drags and moving on. And actually, these guys that go back to the guys that built the reel in the off season going, well, it really works really good here, but we can try this, can we do that? And it evolves in the Tuna Club. I can show you the evolution of the reels from direct drive to thumb patch to minimal drag to higher drags to double braking systems, multiple gearing systems. In the early 50s, Kowalski brothers were building reels for Tuna Club members. They were based in LA. They actually were custom building and trying to put together a 3-speed reel for a Tuna Club member at the time. And now a vet is trying to come out with a 3-speed. What was once old is now new again. So we can still bring back some of these technologies, but we still use this. We have 2 tournaments a year that require us as members to use bamboo rods, pre-World War II reels, and linen line. These are requirements for the tournament. Now, within other tournaments, now we can use our Dacron. We don't even recognize monofilament, we do recognize Dacron. And then we can use our modern reels and our modern rods. But we get extra points if we still did it with linen. Our smallest line is 3-thread linen. 300 yards is on a bobbin, a little bit bigger than my thumb. Costs us $60 to buy as members from our stash. Friend of mine released a marlin in Bahia Magdalena on that 3-thread last year. We did it in 20 minutes. Doable. Fish came up. We clipped the line, the leader as close to the fish as we could without stressing the fish out. Put a tag in it, before we clipped it though, we put a tag in it, sent it on its way. So it's still doable. You can still do these things. You don't have to go out there and use 60-pound breaking strength spectra to go catch, 7-pound calicos. Now you can't go use 3 or 6 thread linen to go catch calicos because you can't cast the stuff. So, unfortunately we can't offer that to you guys. But as people, as grassroots, we can start asking manufacturers, well, why is this stuff, this is really great, but why do I have to, why are we doing this? And the other cool thing about linen line that we use, I have linen line that I've worked with and used for over 30 years. You can't do that with Spectra. You can't do that with spider wire. You cannot do that with monofilament. You can't do that with Dacron. But well taken care of, our linen line will last for decades. Now, of course, it can also rot next week if we don't take care of it. So it is a maintenance issue, but it's a good, going back to our forefathers, we want to try and respect Mother Ocean the way our founders did nearly 130 years ago. All right. Yeah, thank you, guys. I'm glad I could talk.
I was just going to say, you got to know the club record for linen line in Dorado. I'll tell the story. Maybe about 15 years ago, we're outside of Avalon Harbor, maybe about a mile offshore, and there's maybe 7 or 8 boats in the general area, and every single boat has multiple fishermen on board with multiple ships, and everybody's bringing up Dorado. There's Dorado coming up all over the place.
It's a weird
And rock whips up, and you go, oh my God, the Tuna Club record is like 13 pounds.
I can try and get
lemon,
through
and
my slides.
everybody's bringing up, 15,
break for
18 pounds
lunch.
Dorado. So he knows he's got to work with the Tuna Club record. So he's milking this to make sure that he's going to get this fish. He's working this thing, and everybody's bringing up more Dorado on deck and everything like that. And he's working this thing, finally gets him the boat, yellowtail.
Cut the line, since you have
Well, thanks, Rob, I really appreciate it. As I mentioned in other conversations we were having, I became interested in inviting Rock to speak to this group. Yes, but it's about marine protected areas, but the other side of it too is that there is consumption and things out there. And when we were establishing areas here in Catalina, we were very cognizant that there's this very rich history of sport fishing here on the island. And later when we started stepping through the different MPAs that I touched on before about Farnsburg, this also came out of a conversation, because there's a petition that will be put forth in front of the Fish and Game Commission on Tuesday about potentially changing the regulations at Farnsburg, the offshore MPA there, to exclude sport fishing and allow only spear fishing. And we've had conversations about that, explained kind of local perspective. Enforcement officers said that they didn't really need that to help them out, that they were fine, they could do their jobs. But then throughout these series of conversations, one of the questions that they asked is like really trying to push this through is, well, is there any cultural significance to that site? And I think yes. I should say, I'm not going to bury the lead. Yes. There is, and what's amazing is that I think it's a great example of how where we're trying to achieve those goals of protecting key habitat, species, ecosystem. In fact, Farnsworth Banks is the only underwater seamount in the Southern California region. So when we were looking to have representation of that habitat, that was like an obvious one. Like, okay, it's the only one, we should probably protect it. However, it has this very rich history there. It's not lost on that it's named for a very famous angler. So there, I think we were able to show by dividing the MPA in half that we were able to really capture that key protection for the habitat, and then also allow to keep the significance for the sport fishing culture here on island. So thanks, Rob. I appreciate you giving us some insight on that. And then we're going to turn it over to Aubrey.
It's short-ish. Depends how far along I get. Hello, everyone. If you want to stand up, shake it out. I know we've been kind of sitting for a minute, but this is really just to kind of highlight some of those educational materials that we have. And I've highlighted John here, and also the other, we have a couple of these standing banners. So this is currently at City Hall, so if you'd like to borrow it, Jocelyn's holding it for us, but those are great for events. And then we have the CDFW Southern California brochures in the back, just a small handful of them because they're not printing them anymore. There's also one-pagers online, so if you need help navigating to that, let me know and I will show you exactly where they live on the Department of Fish and Wildlife's website, as they're the lead for MPA management, outreach, and whatnot, but we're the community members on the ground doing a lot of that outreach ourselves. And some of these one-pagers actually share the history of why does this MPA even exist. Of course, we're getting some of that today, but if you want to dive into the details, like, oh, there's that really specific habitat that's protected by this, or these species are of extra importance within this protected area, then you can find that information too. And then we have, for those that want to really dive into marine protected areas after, there's an online resource, and we'll share a slide so you can, if this QR code doesn't scan, go through that training. There's all of the MPAs, and then by region, so you could focus in on Southern California if that's of interest. We have a lot of these brochures, and a recent update we made is to add the boundary images, which we'll go through more later. But there's also a version where we've actually printed and laminated, so a poster, and we have really amazing, just show and tell over here. The flip guides that were created in a previous grant, so we're acknowledging Indigenous history and current uses of the island, a little bit about the science in a digestible format, all sorts of easy talking points, especially engaging with the public. So there's a little more detail and references if you want to get into the weeds, but you definitely don't need to. A lot of the things that we tend to say about protected areas is you tend to see more biodiverse habitats, larger species, and just more in general in the water. We call it biomass, but you could just say more fish. So those are some kind of key bullets that tend to work pretty well. Even though we realize that MPAs are just one of many different tools. We have other fisheries management tools, sustainable fishing practices, and so many other ways to make sure people are using the ocean sustainably. There's also signs. I think we started to talk about this earlier, although my brain's a little fuzzy on what happened this morning. We had these, and I saw there's actually some with the you can fish rod and reel from over by the Catalina Express. So there's variations of the regulatory sign. I guess I need to update this slide. But in general, we have regulatory signs that are kind of just the anti, and this is what you cannot do, to make it really simplified, especially for those that are not, English is not their first language. There's the interpretive signs, and so Jamie Milak and I are going to go around and just see the status, because there were some storms. And then a sign that was developed a while back, but was tailored for Arrow Point to Lionhead Point, we have the Garibaldi, and that's like a really specific location, but talks more about tide pools. So we've got ways of tailoring the signage to the individual regulations as well as the things that we're seeing. Oh, lots of people are, picking things up in a tide pool. We don't want that necessarily. There's good tide pool rules. And so there was a different sign that was modeled after Orange County. We also have the O and the K boundary markers, or KO, depending on the angle. Sorry, this photo's not the most zoomed in, but you can see it closer. Kala thought that maybe it's not there. Did anyone go over there recently? Okay.
There's some erosion around it, though, it needs to,
Oh.
that we've talked about before, it needs to be some sort of like concrete or something on it, just to repair it.
We'll check it out.
Well, big storm will just eat the way around it, so another big storm will probably make that short side sign.
Okay, interesting. Uh-oh. Not sides, falling into the ocean. Okay, well, we'll follow up on that. And then there's another newer template called the mixed sign, so creative, but mixed in the sense that it's regulatory as well as has a map, lists out the regulations, which we've kind of gone back and forth how much should go on a sign and if it's overwhelming to people. But then if you just see a regulatory sign, it says see regulations, and there's something specific that is allowable take, or things that you can collect or fish for, then it gets hard for people to just know what the regulations are, and not everyone's going to scan the QR code. So this is something we've kind of worked with the public to assess what are the needs for signage that is a hybrid or mixed. And so we'll be trialing it out, and there's one sign that'll go over by the bathrooms at Arrow Point, or Arrowhead to Lionhead Point. Soon-ish. Been many years in the making for the signage. We also have interpreter guides. So this is a resource for educators, or they're called interpreter, not because they do have interpretation, but because State Parks calls their education team interpreters. These booklets were geared towards those folks, or like Channel Islands Naturalist Corps and people that are doing a lot of interfacing with the public, but they're built off of a different one, which my other booklet's over there, and this is for Los Angeles mainland, but we have a Catalina enforcement manual, which is its complement, but more regulatory focus for people that are patrolling MPAs.
Can I jump in just to ask a question? If you guys have a chance, flip through the Catalina Officer Reference Guide and this Interpreter Guide, and let me know if you think it would be useful to have one for Catalina. They're pretty hefty, so if it's easier just to have one for brochure or that flip guide, then we won't develop them for Catalina, but if you do think it would be helpful, like I train the trainers, or to have an organization or a shop, let me know if we can put something together specifically for Catalina.
Yeah, well, and especially because we have this existing guide, and so if it's adding additional pages or some other format that's not like the little ring, we're open to what that could look like, because sometimes people don't want to carry around a thick booklet. Just up to what's useful for all of you. Yes,
Yeah,
Kayla.
I had a question. Do you guys ever distribute outreach materials to the Joe's Rent-A-Boat, the folks that work there and the folks that go fishing? And if, I'm not sure if any of these rare things have outreach materials, but I know we've been conducting surveys in Marcus Cove, and especially those OK signs. I'm not sure how much they tell their guests about them and whether that lounge might actually exist. We actually saw Joe's Rent-A-Boat fishing in the other day. Yeah, so that was something, especially if you guys do your signage review across town, it could be worth stopping by and seeing what they have.
If anyone wants to go with me after we deliver coloring books at the park, I think it's just, all of the locals here have those connections more so than our statewide team. I'm a couple days out of the year, but would be happy to help with what that messaging should look like. And we did do, the O and the K went and got installed. There was a poster I made, and it was put in a case near Joe's Run-A-Boat and by the visitor center on the pier. I don't know if you saw it. Yeah, and I think it's kind of been a gap. Lauren, are you going to add something about?
You can always request materials, such as Avalon Visitor Services request materials, and they are always materials, and they're available if anybody wants them.
Now that we've been collaborating for a couple of years now, we reached out to a lot of the business owners and things like that, and then we're just kind of always continuing to like, need more, just let us know.
And we have as a project, kind of a community outreach for, that's been a couple of years now, but I think that could be a part of the collaborative project where once or twice a year, somebody does a round and says, hey, here are the resources available, do you like anything? Just because I think turnover with staffing, just making that touch and reminding people is worthwhile, so that could be an easy collaborative project.
Yeah, and then also including things, and I don't know if we've spoken much about the fish feed, but like including educational, like resources for the tours that do that, just like educating us on, you know, how we do it, so go out and interactions and speaking back and, you know, using all sorts of outreach.
2 points. At least twice a week, I travel back and forth between the holding pen area that I spoke about earlier and town, so I'm always running that run. At least twice a week, I stop and interact with people fishing in Lover's Cove, fishing just around Appleton Point or the boat ramp at Lover's Cove. And very, very cordial, realize that these people, you know, they don't know. I always try to carry something like MPA brochures in the truck, and I hand them out, and I say, hey guys, you need to put that past the sign. So you see the sign right down the road there, I said, there's a sign, you get past that, and you can fish what you want all the way to the east end. So, you know, I'm just explaining it because they're not there. So, okay. And on the fish trading thing, I will tell you that I use it as an educational tool now. It was directly across from my diving museum is the recipe dock. And so when people are coming in and stuff, and especially if they're from out of town, like from Kansas or something, or not going to get Catalina Island, I said, let me show you something you probably won't imagine. And so I always keep peas in my little refrigerator, and I take my bag of frozen peas and I walk out and I wave my hand. And you're all in the calico back, come zooming in. And they go, they know you? I said, yeah, they do. And I said, I'm feeding them peas because it's a chlorophyll-based nutrient, and it's not bread, and it's not crackers, and it's not, you know, cheese whiz, stuff like that. I said, something that's actually more healthy for them. I said, but what's important is for you to realize that these are sentient beings, and they recognize me, and they see that it's me, and they come, and I said, people think that fish aren't aware of this kind of stuff. And I said, and they are. As you can see for yourself, they're coming and they're you know, looking for their peas. And I said, and so they're intelligent animals. I said, so it's something people are fascinated to realize that fish are capable of that. And it's a good story to show. And so there's some educational opportunities in that as well.
And we also have so many educational materials, but it's really up to all of you as to what's needed or if there are tweaks. The Ancestral Waters coloring book, it's a statewide coloring book. We have some stacks here that we're helping to hold down some of the poster corners because it was rolled up, so don't lose sight of the other stacks. And then there's, of course, quite a few in the back. Ancestral Waters also highlights about 15 Indigenous artists and their work. We've done multiple print rounds because they're so popular. The other coloring books, this is more of like a general about marine protected areas. We have a discovery book that is in English and in Spanish. There's also a lot of bilingual materials in the back, so flip through and make sure you know if you're grabbing one that's in Spanish, unless you want it to be in Spanish, or let us know if there's something that you don't see, and we can try to either locate it or make sure we're getting it printed. Cal.
I know for the coloring books too, they are online, so you can download specific pages and just print it, you know, if you want to do a field trip. I have to highlight, there's some over there, you want to check it out. There are some pages where you scan it with a particular app and you can play video games with the image that you colored. So it comes to life, it becomes 3D, and then you can have it like eat food and get bigger, kind of like the block, but it's actually
it's just a new way to engage kids that like, they don't want to get off their phone, fine, here. Color scan it and play a game with the fishing color. So we're trying all different ways of doing outreach for kids.
And I think a lot of the interactive stuff is going to be very much more important as we see people be more on their phones and more focused on that. The interactive, I think, is engaging them in not only in learning something, but it's actually playing with it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
This is a revised map. So Lauren had some in her slide deck. This was made by Green Info Network, and there are some tweaks from in previous times where the no-take state marine conservation areas were shown in purple because it was meant to be a blue plus red equals purple, confusing to some, intuitive to others. For all intents and purposes, these are areas where there's not fishing or collecting allowed. So in essence, they act as a state marine reserve. They just do allow for some types of permitted take, like there's some in San Diego, for example, that allow for dredging and beach nourishment. Others are just because there's a pier and they need to be able to do maintenance, but then they made a different regulatory change that allowed this to happen where for education purposes only, we can now show it as red. So now we've got 3 in red and the rest in blue. So the majority of the protected areas in Catalina actually do allow some forms of take. And so if anyone wants this image, let me know. Right now it's in the slides, but we can share that. We don't currently have it like printed out on anything, but in a different collaborative in the Santa Barbara channel, we did take this map and printed it out on like a plasticky kind of paper that would be easy to throw on a boat and just keep with you. Obviously, people use a lot of technology instead, but some people really want the visuals. They don't have to have like their phone to use. Some places don't have very good service, but there are ways that they've made these apps accessible even offline. So these are kind of a list of some of the most popular ones. The only one that the Department of Fish and Wildlife endorses is their own, but lots of folks use Fish Legal. And then if you were to be wanting to dig in deeper, but on probably a laptop, although you could use this on your phone, there's the Protected Seas. They put together a navigator app over, I think, at least 5 or 6 years, maybe longer, where they have looked at all sorts of jurisdictions and ways of quantifying and, having the actual regulations for each individual point in the ocean. And it's been a painstaking effort of lots of legal, digging into things and contacting countries around the world to understand what those different protected areas are. And they're constantly updating it. But if you want to see it on a global scale, this is a really great resource. We are working with Protected Seas in another capacity, but I guess the one that's related to a more education side, and I forgot to put in here and now realizing, we have a map of education programs. I brought it up at previous collaborative meetings, but if you have an education program that talks about MPAs, let me know because we'll make sure it's added to the map. Did you have your hand raised? Okay. And just jump in if there's questions. Another educational tool, we have ROVs, or remotely operated vehicles, and that is this underwater drone here. I don't know if any of them are functional right now. We do have them on the mainland too, but if that's of interest, we have done trainings in the past. Claire's our point person for ROVs, but I'm your local-ish rep. But this was something we did with the collaborative a few years back. And Victoria, do you guys have one?
We have one.
Okay, we can talk more, but it's just another educational resource because it takes video underwater if folks aren't getting in the water, but they want to see what's there. Like I've seen giant sea bass in La Jolla from the ROV. It's way too deep for me to get to, so that was pretty awesome. Just another tool. And then the next one, which maybe we have time for a quick activity because our lunch has not arrived yet. Claire's on it. It is coming. So originally I had kind of wanted to have it be like a 4 of us talking. Of course, Lauren can jump in at any point. But in the field, there's lots of things that all of us have practiced as far as education and interpretation, I think, even if it's just like a member of the public is like, can I fish here? And so we have some resources for that as well, but it's really like in practice, what does it look like? The LA Collaborative developed this for this Angler Code of Ethics, and so Linda, who's been mentioned a couple times, she wanted to be here. This is something that they've created, and it's constantly evolving. It'll go to, I think, mostly youth, but they also do veteran fishing trips out of mostly Marina del Rey, and then some of the fish you might see. I just love that it's like inclusive of all sorts of things. You've got resources, you've got the different groups involved, and also a little bit about MPAs, because it's not only MPAs. One of the ways that I've kind of brought in MPAs into an activity is at one point I went to Wrigley and gave a presentation to students and just had them do a mock council meeting and said, all right guys, you're going to draw different stakeholder affiliations out of a hat and all have this discussion about, I made up a scenario and had them hash out something about, like, you know, maybe it was a new MPA and one person's a lobster fisherman, one person is a ocean business, like a kayak tour operator, and had them all just have a discussion. And a lot of folks want to be like, oh, I am taking this side, but we really want them to think through more of the nuances and not just like, I'm on this side, I'm on that side. And so it got them to actually have a learn by doing activity and kind of hash all of that out in real time, which I love just watching those little thought experiments happen. And then I also lead kayak and snorkel tours on another island, so I talk about the triply protected waters at Scorpion State Marine Reserve. It's designated by the state as a marine reserve. There was a lot of collaborations with the National Marine Sanctuary in order to get it to go out 6 nautical miles and not just in the state water line at 3. And then it's also a national park, so there's ways that it's, the food is arriving, that I am incorporating that into my conversations with the public, and have them look underwater and see, like, there's probably a lot more fish here than maybe just outside the protected area.
Before we go somewhere, I convinced you guys to take a group photo. Can we go
Before we lose people, yeah.
Where should we go? Warren, what's a good spot? Oh, yeah.
I have some, just not on that. Yeah, put it on the
Cal is taking the force me original photo. Go ahead.
Oh. Good job.
It's true. Nothing happened. There's not a photograph. What did you see that?
They're called solid owl.
You guys too.
You know how they get their name?
No.
So they have a call that goes on and on and on.
Do we have more of these?
It is something that's really important, that there's so many people left. And they race life, it's like individual processes can be like traditional view, but also knowing like traditionally, like where these parts were. Wow. As you see, it's amazing. My whole collection. Thank you.
Oh, that's so amazing. Guys, started writing around.
Yeah, I mean, so I used to work as a teaching assistant at the point like when I first, so I was actually an art science. Originally I wanted to be a veterinarian, and then I realized, okay, balance my whole I wanted to have kids. It's like a lot of my friends who would venture around in that school, they just like in their 40s, and I was like, but I really loved like when I was in college, I started looking at the careers. I really love making that connection between like, here's all the scientific information, and here's how we do this, you know, it's pretty rare how these things are widely accessible, so they're super important. And so from that point, it's like, then I just went and so just like, but I also taught like doing all this stuff and talking about like the city and the ocean. So it's just going from that whole spectrum to like also now making connections. And even in our training, together too. So a lot of stuff that's like our connection to it's just really important to come to the island and not just like, but you know, but really like thinking that you're here and live here to really have the passion to be there. It's so incredibly important that they realize that they're part of that tapestry. They're here now, and like the ideas and things they're going to be doing in the future.
I think that's more so I don't know. I mean, I think it's amazing. I don't know a lot about it.
Yeah.
And there's so much to what you're saying. And I think, I'm a lifeguard. I'm a county lifeguard, so I work at the beach. And from working at the beach in the summertime, I'd see all the kids and they would be running around doing all this stuff, and some of them just do lifeguard.
Yeah.
My daughter's a little Oh, really?
Yeah. No, she actually, we live in Encinitas, so yeah.
But there would be something the ocean sports or water safety instruction. And so we created that ocean club.
Which there's a whole thing that like for a lot of people, so many because I've talked to a lot of community, it's just like, you know, and I get it too, because a lot of families that are here, that their families work in this area.
But I guess, and we have to do any kind of ocean sports, and like, I'm curious if you have any recommendations, like, for non-recreational sports. Yeah. But like, if there's any grants, having species out of the top. What's here versus you have the connection to Hawaii, but like it feels very loose and it's like because we don't know about it. We don't
Well,
know.
and even then too, like, so my tribe was involved like 8 years ago that came to like visit the island, and we actually came and sang songs and like documented when they came here on their journey. And so even to tell stories about that it's like for us, we're also Pacific Islanders, and the fact that like we are in the middle of the ocean, like and like that the ocean itself is and so for them, like, you know, learning about like event pollination and thing too, but like for them to have it really hit home, all of it's like super important. Like the seafaring and the navigating, you know, like everything thinking about like and navigating with the skippers and being able to talk about that with the fact that and all this stuff. So talking about and water safety is a too. It's like thinking about like, you know, like surfing, how you're thinking about and you would go and it's like the wave tells you it's like right versus just go out on any day. So it's the same thing for us. It's like when we're doing channel crossings, like even though you look out as much as you could, it's really so and I think that's something that's important to realize too, that like even as, and I'm sure yourself, like as experienced as you are, and I feel lifeguard, like the ocean holds you, because you have to realize it's a relative that needs to be respected, and that's the biggest thing. You know, when you learn, the more you are in it, and the more you learn from it, like and get experience, that's great, but it's still like, so I think for them to hear that, and like, but also realize too that it's like, it's building off of that too, that you can absolutely create even if we move off the island, you know, like, so.
Yeah, no, that's the main point of our program is like building like a connection. It's basically like preventative health, like creating healthy habits, creating safe, healthy and safe outlets, being safe, creating sports, having fun, like it's a great place to go. And that's why it's called Ocean Club, because you can do swimming, skateboarding, like paddling, kayaking, like trying to incorporate like some science into it more formally, but we do fish identification, snorkeling, like we do all things ocean, and so yeah, it just
and it's continuing that connection too. So it's not just a one-off event. It's not they just do junior lifeguards. So it's like really maintaining that strong connection is really what's going to keep them connected to whether or not they eventually move off or whether or not they stay here and then the next generation. So I think that's great. That's great. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Follow me around. Oh, I get
Crystal was also
Close to that. They went way further out. I don't explain that. Because that's the thing, like I try to, like John said, I try to stop, like, and say, hey, I don't know what's going to happen, right? I don't know how to explain this. not your area. I'm going in as bad as still remove their eyeballs on it, so.
No, there's nobody out there at all.
And I don't think a lot of those have the audience, they don't have it.
Where you just have the scan officially go over where the code, so it shows where they are.
It's so funny, it's all the guys, like, you know, some of the towns are working back there, you know, in these cells, or something like that, so they're not able to, you see, my app doesn't work here, that's why I don't know, I can't fish here. The trollers are the worst guys, the trollers are like, the people who are on shore make sense, like, oh, I can't drop my line, I can't do that, but the trollers are like, I'm offshore, you know, but I'll walk on it, yeah, half a mile offshore. It's really hard to justify. Yeah, it's really hard. Most people didn't defend right away. I'm sure you do, but it's why we should just take a snapshot of what's occurring, GPS, and make sure wildlife and try to come through.
You can text it. It's counted as a 411. Please don't make this.
You throw a rock and you can see it.
I saw that.
So, you know, he can't claim that's a hardship or go back away. Since you're so right.
Deep side.
I remember as a little kid, Here's these guys in the 20s, early 20s, out there talking about carving their initials in it, and like, hey, whatever. And I was thinking like, and of course I'm okay with it. And then the worst of it is this guy smokes a cigar, and he goes over, he takes a cigar, and a little bowl as well, as he's taking a cigar. I like change. I've got a background in reading about it, I like research that I've done in the art and stuff. EPA, something like that, and so lots of things, but something out here happened. And life changing. It's pretty spectacular. I talk about these visual stuff, the executive meetings, they are. People don't think that it's just a small fish or something, it can be, but they're absolutely aware. They're thoughtful. I like to demonstrate that to people who let them see it, but it's go like this, and it's going on. Right? And I go, people will think they have they have awareness, they're aware of it, they're paying attention. They see something change, they come up and wave their hand.
It was actually just that USC last week.
But the thing is, anyway, I'll share this. With awareness, look at that. So we're going to start. Hey guys, I'm going to duck out of here. First of all, thank you all for doing this, and Kala and Aubrey and the whole gang for Lauren. I mean, super work you guys are doing, and you're obviously helping the island and the marine resources that are here. We were just talking a second ago, and it reminded me of a story that I've shared over the years. It happened maybe about 28 years or so ago. We had a team from National Geographic was here on the island, and we're capturing some footage for a documentary. And we were getting some B-roll footage, and I was piloting a submarine. And so we had the photographers and filmers in the sub, and we were cruising along kind of outside Lover's Cove area, a little bit along Pebbley Beach. And so we had our cameras from the sub fixed to get bottom footage that we were looking for. And on our descent, we're heading down. We got in about maybe 50 or so feet of water, and there was just a big group of blacksmith. You've probably seen them if you've been snorkeling or diving or something. Big groups of blacksmiths are loosely, schooling and picking away at plankton and things like that. And what I noticed was one of the blacksmiths, probably about 6 or so inches long, had a great big bite out of its back, like a barracuda hit or something. And I was like, oh man, I said, I can't even believe that thing's still alive. Just a chunk out of it. And there was 4 or 5 senorita wrasse that were acting like little surgeons, cleaning the wound and picking away dead tissue, which is not that unusual because that's what they do. They pick off parasites and dead tissue and things, and so that's part of their cleaning service they provide. Lots of wrasses do that around the world, so not hugely noticeable. But anyway, what was noticeable in my background in behavioral sciences made me always watch my surroundings. About a half a dozen blacksmiths just all of a sudden just coalesced in one little tight group where all the rest were all loose. And they swam away maybe a little bit past where the doorway is as a group, and they went to one single stalk of Macrocystis, and they went out there and they corralled another senorita wrasse. And they sort of body checked and turned it, and then they kind of kept steering it, and they brought it all the way back to the one that was injured, the blacksmith that was injured, and got within a couple of feet, and then once it was close enough, it went, oh, and it went and joined in on its own, and then the other fish broke up and then went back to feeding. And I watched the whole sequence take place, and I went, how did they do that? How did they convey this really complex information that we're here as a group, but we need to go over and get this one, not a Garibaldi or a calico bass, but a senorita. They knew what they wanted, but they couldn't do it as an individual fish. They had to work as a cohesive unit and sort of body check and steer and push and all this kind of stuff to get it to come back. And it was very complex things that were taking place, right? It's like, we're here, we're going to go over there, we're going to get that, we're going to come back. How did they convey that information? So my thesis is they must have some sort of vibration that they can sort of go zzz, 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 and so this vibration that they're all picking up on that they can convey complex thought processes. But they worked as a team to make this come back, and at the front of it, why would they do that? Right? Why would they bother to do this for this injured one, except if they cared, right? And it literally changed my life about watching organisms in the water or anywhere else, because my contention is this happens every day, all over the world, every place, and that you just have to be there to see it and understand and see what's taking place. It happens all the time, and we just don't notice it, right?
And that's why the diving is so important, because the more we're in the water, the more stuff we can see, the more we
That's right.
can pay it forward by telling other people that there is all this kind of behavior.
This happens, and it's out there. And so these animals are vastly more complex than what we give them credit for, or what most scientists even give them credit for. They don't realize that these things are out there living their life, they're doing these things, and they're living their lives in ways that show examples of compassion and thoughtfulness and teamwork and all these kinds of things together, which most people would never attribute to those types of animals. And that's when I said earlier that these are sentient beings. I know from a fact from watching examples like that, 100%, right? So anyway, that's my story, and so that's good. Okay. Thanks,
He's got some good ones.
Are we coming back? Are we bringing people back? Do I need to laugh? When do we start?
Go back now? It is, well, we're turning into 2.
Oh my God, we're on
Table
schedule.
discussions.
I don't feel comfortable with this.
Step through the MPAs.
Okay, should we go with that next?
No, we're,
Yeah, and I can also get everybody brochures too, so that they can flip through it. And flip things.
Give it like one more minute. Okay, in a minute or so, maybe at 1:30, it's 1:28 now, we'll move on to have Kayla present. Then we'll talk about MPA regulations and boundaries, and then we'll end with a roundtable discussion. Does that sound good to everyone? And we have a video at some point, maybe it's a very grand finale, which, do you want to bring up your, oh, no, you were going to just,
I could also just, log into my email there, so you
okay. Do that now or later?
nice one.
We're supposed to do Saturday or.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start doing
Into July.
Be out there.
If you're over, if you're only Monday to Friday.
Probably not as a June.
Wow, that's. I was like,
You're gonna be a little.
ooh, we got sugar for people.
I was like, right there, yes, sir.
Okay, cool.
You don't have to be the shaper.
Pusher?
Welcome to be offensive.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
I'm okay, but thank you.
I'm gonna have some.
You're like, oh man. You can take a handful, Kayla, that throw candy at people and get them to answer your question. We do
Unfortunately, I don't have questions.
I'll bring you.
But next time I'll bring it down. There you go. I took my 3 periods, thank you.
Which girl is this? What's its name? What's its name? Oh my gosh. I really want to write what's your name first?
Thompson. That is the coolest story. That's like a my octopus teacher kind of story, I feel like.
If you have not bought chocolates, they're going to end up on the food table, so if you need a little boost. Oh, and then just a reminder, after we're done with presentations, you're welcome to come with us. We're heading over to the park, right across the street. Just in time for kids to get out of school, and then we're gonna do some outreach out there, hand out some coloring books, activity books, stuff like that. And then I grabbed a bunch of marine biology and then we go in there. Ocean colors, so I can see. Come ask the marine biologist questions. But yeah, you're welcome to join us there. I will be there for a couple hours because I'm here till 7:30 tonight. But you're welcome to come and hang out and drink some good smell. And then I just just delivered coloring books to CKB, so all the little cuties that we're gonna see through the window, just got a stack of coloring books.
All right, Kelly.
We lost some people, so I don't know, hopefully somebody is here. You must be present to win. 3721595. Anybody 595? Lauren doesn't say You get to pick a shirt.
So wait, that sounds like
Inquiring minds are gonna wanna know which one.
yeah, let me see what we got here. Ooh, I really like that one. Oh yeah, this one for sure.
The slouchy.
Yep. Yes, there you go.
Very lifestyle. Thank you.
Ernie's healed.
If you're not aware, all of those, the art is all from, produced by Cal's brother-in-law.
But
The critter. Philip.
it's, yeah, AI clothing, so yeah, it's a, Black-owned, very small, graphic design company, so they did a whole bunch of different critters, and there's even 2 more that just got added that aren't on the shirt. There's Pan, the Sting, the round ray.
I saw that on the stickers.
Yeah, so he was just, I didn't even ask him to, he's like, I like these critters, so I did 2 more. Okay.
Yeah.
And then cabs, the cab is on.
Amazon. So I have the Lincoln and the Amazon.
Yes.
Perfect show girl. I told all the kids to put cool stickers. Like, these aren't lame stickers, these are really cool. Yeah, like jobs. Okay, great.
Well, without further ado, we have Caleb presenting Blue World. Okay, hi guys. For those that don't know me, my name is Kayla Fairheller. I am the founder and president of Blue World, which is a nonprofit that operates here in Avalon and in Catalina in general. Our focus is to build a community of what we like to call ocean changemakers. So just any people from, the kid who is really excited to see a seashell on the beach to somebody who has made a career diving in this, in the kelp forests doing research. We focus on 3 pillars: conservation, exploration, and science. So our programs have a pretty wide range. I'm going to focus on a few programs that we do specifically around education and MPAs. I felt like that would be most applicable to this audience. Just to give you guys an idea of what different things that we do here in Avalon and on Catalina in general, in case you're interested in getting involved or you maybe know some people or organizations that might be interested in partnering. I wanted to share some more information about that. So first, the foundation of our organization was built on cleanups. I was super inspired by a bunch of people doing beach cleanups when I first got into this space, and so that was the first thing that I really approached, especially coming to the island as a new resident. I was excited to do something to give back, and so I started hosting monthly Catalina community cleanups, which you can see here on the left. We do these now every second Sunday. So I don't know if any of you have seen, but we have a little banner hanging up by Via Casino that advertises this. And so for the rest of this year, every second Sunday of the month, we will be hosting these at 9 a.m. You meet by the fountain on next to Wrigley Stage. And we just spend a couple of hours cleaning our beaches, cleaning our hillsides. There's litter all over the place. And so we go around and we collect it and we weigh it. We track the collective impact. This is our numbers from 2025. We actually have almost met that at this point. We are collecting, actually I think we've passed it. We collect about 100 pounds a month this year, which has been awesome. Our volunteer numbers, they fluctuate depending on the season, but we've been getting a lot of students involved, which is exciting. More students, the better for sure. I think a lot of the debris we are finding is from some of the older students in town. They like to hang out late nights and they tend to leave some of their trash behind. So we're really hoping to get these events out to some more of the children so that they can really start to encourage their peers not to do that and understand why it's important to take care of this beautiful place that we call home.
We also partner with WetSpot and Care for Catalina to host kayak cleanups. We do these seasonally, so usually we're hosting about 2 of these per year. Recently we've been focusing on, I believe it's called Tin Can Beach, so just past, not past Edison, but past Buffalo Nickel, right around that point there is a beach where we actually had a sailboat wash up on the beach a year and a half ago, I believe. And so we've been slowly but surely cleaning up that beach. You can see actually this is Kathleen's boat here in the far right. She brought her boat down and we were able to fill it with trash. We've collected tons and tons of pounds. I believe our first one we actually had too much to even weigh. We had the harbor patrolman bring his boat down and we filled that one. And they actually lifted it out at the mole so we could get all of the trash into the dumpster. We were estimating over a ton of trash from that event alone. And we've had a really big support for these events because it's a really wonderful morning. You get to spend the morning kayaking. It's a little bit strenuous, but it feels really, really impactful. And we've seen how much cleaner these beaches are now since we've started these efforts. So we're hoping to have, I think our next kayak cleanup is actually going to be with Madison and Ocean Club coming up, which will be awesome, getting more students involved there as well. These girls in the bottom right is Mel is Grace and Michael who own WetSpot. That's their daughter and her friends. They are some tried and true volunteers. They come out every single cleanup and they love it. So this is one of the many things we do, but this is really the foundation of everything that I have built with Blue World. I think that giving back is really important, especially if you want to work for the ocean, and also like cleaning up along the coastline is a really great way to educate people on the impacts that we can have on the ocean. We also do some coastal citizen science programs, specifically MPA Watch, which is one I was excited to talk about because we do work heavily with the MPA Collaborative and folks in this space for this program. MPA Watch is a citizen science program where you collect data on how humans are using protected areas in your region. And so we have been working over the past couple of years to reestablish this program, to bring it to Avalon. This is a program that USC has operated out in 2 harbors for a few years now. And we are now training volunteers and collecting this data at our 2 MPAs here in Avalon, as well as over in Cat Harbor. This year we're excited to expand into Emerald Bay as well, which means we'll have MPA Watch surveys happening out at the Arrowhead to Lion Point MPA 2. So we're going to expand our monitoring efforts. The way it's done, you can actually see down here, we just walk along the coastline. Usually in LA or in other areas along the coast, we're going to walk along the high tide line of a beach. But because of the way our MPAs are, we're usually walking along like a bluff trail or a road, kind of like we have along Lover's Cove. And we are counting people snorkeling, swimming, scuba diving, or boating in the MPA. Sometimes we are also recording fishing. Whether that's a violation or not, you have to understand the regulations. So for example, we will record a lot of fishing activity in the mole of Lover's Cove, but it is permitted there. So it's important to record that data so that we understand how heavily that kind of activity happens, but we don't necessarily report it as long as it's, by the book. And so this program is great because anybody can get involved. You don't actually have to get in the ocean to contribute to this kind of citizen science, and it's a really good educational tool because we are trying to understand both how effective marine protective areas are in educating the public, understanding the regulations, understanding the boundary lines, as well as understanding the management of it. So this data, we work with CDFW, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as the MPA Collaborative Network to help improve outreach, education, management, enforcement in these areas. So we are going to have more trainings coming up this summer. So if anybody's interested or knows somebody that might be interested, we're hoping to evolve this program into more of a community-based program. So typically on the mainland, this is offered as a way for, if you like to walk your dog on a beach that's in an MPA, you can go ahead and collect this data. But I think here in this community, a lot of people really prefer to do things as a group and to give back and to kind of include that social aspect. So we're going to be offering training days as well as survey days where we can actually get groups of people out to go do a survey. And maybe you're not really interested in becoming a trained volunteer, but you do want to give back, you want to participate in the program in some way. So we're hoping that that will be a cool educational tool as well. And it'll also just increase the data that we're able to collect. Any questions about that? Cool. And then we also offer some underwater citizen science programs. We partner with Reef, which is a global organization. They have what's called the Volunteer Fish Survey Project. This is a program where you can
any reef around the world, they will have a survey kit for you to purchase, and you can actually identify and count the different species of fish that are on your reef. And so we've adapted their surveys to work for our various programs. We offer science dive programs as well as science snorkeling programs, which you can see on the left and the right here. We essentially are going to go out there and swim around in our MPA. These are called roving diver surveys, roving snorkeler surveys. So they're not based on a transect or anything like that, but they are timed. And so we're really just going to go out there and take track of how much time we're spending, and then we're going to look for each of these different types of fish, and we're going to record just how many we're seeing. There's a few ways that we collect the data that reduces the bias that can be introduced in citizen science, but this is a really great program to get kids excited and involved in both counting the fish, collecting the data, and identifying the fish. So they really get a chance to learn what these ecosystems look like. And the cool thing is sometimes we'll run this program with similar groups out of Casino Point and Lovers Cove, and you can see the difference in the populations of fish. And we have certain theories for why that is, but it's a really good way to show the kids, you know, how effective these MPAs are and what is living out here and why, you know, why we want to protect it. They get really excited when they start to see just how many of, you know, for example, the Garibaldi, the California state fish, just how many of these we're seeing. Yeah, Aubrey. Yeah, we do actually. And so that's one of the metadata points that Reef collects. They ask you for habitat as well as, like you said, the sediment, the bottom type. We also track temperature as well as, not weather, but it's like minimum temperature, maximum temperature. So you get kind of that average, especially if you're diving, which is important. So you can understand the difference in the water column and what you're seeing there. We also are tracking benthic fish as well as just any fish swimming around in the water column. So we're looking at the gobies and the tree fish and the rockfish down on the reef, as well as any of our blacksmith Garibaldi that you're gonna see free swimming. We're looking at sharks and sea lions. So this is a really great program. We've done it off of kayaks down the coast. We've done it in our MPAs. We actually offer these science snorkel tours to the cruise ship guests now as well. And we're getting a lot of engagement in that. It's a really cool way to, you know, get those visitors excited about our protected areas and to get them to give back through these tours, which is very cool. So we offer 2 tours per day for every Carnival and Disney cruise ship. Most of the time these tours, this time of the year, they're not always full. They're maybe half full, I would say. But heading into the summer, we're anticipating that they're going to be full, which is like 24 guests a day. The ships are open to opening a 3rd tour as well. So potentially we'll be able to add 12 more guests per day to that. So it's a lot of people. And it's cool, especially like working with the Disney ships, because there's a lot of families that get involved, and the kids are super excited, and it's not only a way for them to like overcome their fears of swimming and the kelp and the ocean, but they're also able to get excited about what's down there because they have this fish ID sheet that they can actually take in the water and see what fish they're looking at. So it's been really cool. It's a really fulfilling program. The other thing I did want to mention is from the diving perspective, this survey, the Reef Fish Abundance Survey, is actually a PADI specialty. So for anybody that's a certified diver who's interested in increasing their certifications, we can actually also offer a certification through this program, which is a nice to have for some people. Any other questions? Cool. So then this is one of the programs I'm most excited about. We also do some research with UCSB, and we are working with professors out of Brown and the University of Hawaii for this study. We have these giant black sea bass that travel here every year, like John Council mentioned. We are studying their behavior, and then we're also working with UCSB's Spotting Giant Sea Bass program, which is this logo up here in the far left corner. They are another citizen science program that tracks the population of these species. So you can actually see down here, they use spot mapping software. The spot patterns on giant sea bass are unique. And so by submitting photo ID, like photo shots of each side of the giant sea bass, we're able to track, you know, when and where those species or those individual fish have been seen before, how old they might be, that sort of thing. And you know, when this program was developed, it was in order to track the general population all along our coastline. We are now working with them to not only understand which individuals we're encountering, but what those individuals are doing. So we're looking at cleaning behavior. You can actually see these are the top 2 cleaner fish that we've identified through our research. This is the juvenile kelp bass here, and then a juvenile to female sheephead up here. These are the 2 fish we're seeing cleaning giant sea bass most often. And so we're looking at a couple of things because giant sea bass eat bony fish. one of our hypotheses is that the cleaner fish are really going to focus on the area from the gills back, and that the parasites that the giant sea bass have on their face, they're figuring out different ways to clean that. And so we've actually recorded videos of the giant sea bass using kelp to clean off those parasites. And we are also tracking like where on the fish, the sheephead, the kelp bass, and if we see any other species, where on the bodies of the giant sea bass they're cleaning, so that we can understand that sort of interaction better. Through this, we're also looking at different interactions between these fish. So we're looking at how, their courting behaviors are working. We see a lot of interactions between giant sea bass and sea lions. So we're in very early stages, but we do offer a lot of opportunities for people to get involved in this research. One of them is through our internship program. So we offer this to students to help us analyze our data, as well as to get out there and help us conduct these monitoring dives. This summer, we're going to be offering research expeditions for people to come out and get involved in actually conducting this research with us. We'll do some educational sessions about the program and about the research and how to process and analyze that data. But that is really going to be more hands-on, where people can get in the water with us, have those encounters, which is really special, and also help us record them for our research. I did want to bring up the internship program because we have this spring, we're just now this month wrapping up our spring internship program. We had 4 interns come in. One of them was a senior in high school, and then the other 3 were juniors and seniors in college. This was a really great program. We were able to run various science, marketing, conservation projects with them throughout the past, when did they start? In March, so 3 months. And they've done incredible work. They've got to experience like the full breadth of the work that we do here on Catalina, and they've got to make really good connections through our network as well. So the remote internship program especially is something I'm really excited for to bring to the students here in Avalon, especially those that are getting closer to graduation, or maybe those that are post-graduation, because I think it's a great way, and it's like a low effort way for them to be able to learn more about the space and to get involved in the work that we're doing out here. The last thing, actually, I guess before that, I'll pause. Did anyone have any questions about this at all? Okay, cool. The last thing, I actually forgot to include it in the slideshow, but we are growing like our educational series that we offer. So the past 2 years, we've offered an online educational series, which was just a lecture-based class to a group of homeschool charter school kids out of like LA County. This year we're working to bring that to the students of Avalon. So we're hoping to do in-person lectures for the high school students. Hopefully we're going to do that with the Women's Forum here soon. We're also working with the city to host a marine science, like a 5-day session in their summer camp this summer. So we're working on growing the educational aspects of what we do out here as well, because I think, before we can get these students out there scuba diving and doing research, we really need to educate them, get them excited to learn about the ocean, and then maybe, pique that interest, get them out into the ocean a little bit more through these snorkel tours or through these coastal citizen science programs. So that is my spiel. Does anybody have any questions about anything else that we do out here?
I do have a question.
Yeah, Kathleen.
The citizen science thing that you're doing, the official passenger sign up on, is that a tour? It's been
Yeah, we call our science snorkel tour. We offer it through WetSpot. So WetSpot was able to get us the contract with Carnival, with Disney. We actually also started with Virgin this year, and it's a 2 to 3 hour tour. A portion of the proceeds that they are paying goes back to the nonprofit. So we're able to use that to fund more programs like our educational programs, our internships, our research. And it's a great, you see this picture right here is from one of those tours. So we're getting tons and tons of people, all of them super excited to get out there and collect the data. We're getting lots more data points too, which is cool. Before we started these tours in Lovers Cove, nobody had ever collected reef data in Lovers Cove. I think a lot of scuba divers are more interested in the reef program than snorkelers, and so because we don't scuba dive in Lovers Cove, my guess is that that's why there hasn't been much data submitted there in the past. So we're currently growing that data set for reef and as well as for ourselves.
So is it offered as a tour outside of the cruise as well?
So the plan is to do that, yes, but not at the moment. We want to start opening it for bookings, like anybody can walk up and book. For the science snorkel tours themselves, Blue World, we actually offer group programs. So I've had different groups contact me that are interested. We had it was a staff on site for this global travel company, and they came to the island. We offered them the science snorkel tour, and so they took their staff out and did the tour with us at Casino. We also did this tour with a group of Boy Scouts out of 2 harbors. I think it was last summer, last May. So So we do this with other groups as well, and super interested in incorporating this into stuff that the students here do. But I think there's also like getting them into the water and getting them comfortable before we can actually put a mask and snorkel on them and ask them to identify fish down there. So yeah.
Having been in the accommodation business for 30 years, there's families that come to the island every year for decades. And maybe they're looking for something, they're here for a week.
Yeah.
They turn around for 1 week, and they go check the Chamber of Commerce schedule. What's happening this week in Avalon? We needed 1 week that was for anybody to sign up and had a pre-schedule. People check the calendar. What's going to happen the weekend there?
I like that, like a community event style. That's a really cool idea. Yeah, because we've taken bigger groups, and I like the idea of taking families and taking tourists and offering it to them, and maybe not offering it as like a tour they walk up and book, but something that's more of this like community event aspect.
Or they plan it because like maybe they have 3 people in their party. There's so many things that I'm trying to reach people, and it's like, oh, we could have a group for this, but you know,
Yeah. I mean, the cool thing too is when we do these tours out of Lovers Cove, so like we have our MPA Watch program, so if we did have a big group that, you know, some of them didn't want to get in the water, they could walk the transect, maybe they could do this interactive walk with the signs that we're talking about making, and then the rest of them could get in the water. So we have done that before as well, where we kind of split groups between our various programs based on, you know, their interests and their entry level, like whichever their training or comfortability allows. Thank you.
I was just going to ask too, whether or not there's plans to have tribes more involved. I know with Reef that there are Shumash and there's a whole program that they were more involved in, but like as far as the island, community contact,
Yeah.
be able to have that, even for snorkel and other things. I think the big thing that people should be aware of is, even though our people have a connection to the island, there's a lot of people that, or you know, they're not comfortable in that space. So like being able to have programming that maybe you take that, or I don't know. So that's just future plans with that.
That would be awesome, definitely, and I'd love to talk to you.
Yeah.
more
Do you
about
think
that, 'cause that would be fantastic. Well, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Kara.
Thank you.
I'm gonna just start to get materials over there.
I feel like we definitely should have some.
Okay. We can skip. How's everybody feeling? Do people want to walk through MPAs? Want to get questions about specific?
Or if there's a specific boundary or regulation that you want to talk through, we can just pull that up. Or,
Yeah, and also
Farnsworth.
that's gonna be, that's on the petition thing.
sounds good.
Okay.
Just do all of them.
Okay, sure. And hopefully everybody should have a brochure so you can follow along, or the flip books. I'm keeping my eyes out for kids walking down from school. I think elementary gets out at 2:30, 2:35. So at somebody starts seeing kids, everyone's wrong, I'm starting to run coloring books on people.
I sent my kids out to. You can start
This is the
there.
first one, right? Oh, yeah, that's my tourism. Okay, I'm gonna just click through here if there are questions.
And I have limited edition water bottles. You'll never get another one like these. They're custom made. They've been upcycled from my old office.
We love upcycling.
No, I am giving them, so as we walk through the MPAs, to make it more a little interactive, if people have like really cool like facts or something like that, or something interesting to share, short, because we're limited on time, so not like a 20-minute story. But if we have really cool things, I would like to give out a water bottle per MPA. So.
I'll just jam through all of these, like, that's crazy.
Is everybody quiz? Thank you, friends, for attending.
Farnsworth.
Take as many
Thank you.
materials as you need.
Yeah, I mean, if you have extra coloring, but if you could stay in for Christine, and I could grab them next time I go down.
Grab a handful of those because I have a couple more boxes in the car. Yeah.
Okay.
No worries.
We also want to hear more from the audience, and because there's been, obviously we're kind of at the tail end of this, those kids need to walk to the park, they need a little bit of time. Just wanted to kind of hear more about from the local perspective, what you're seeing, how tourism has played a role in your everyday, whether it be the education side or at camps or right here in Avalon. I can share this video after. Kind Traveler put together a video, but we don't have time. It's only 2 minutes, but that's me doing something weird, going into dive. I don't know why I'm bent over like that, but for comic relief. There's just so many ways that people are visiting the island, using the island, experiencing it. And so I just wanted to kind of put it all together and then ask, and we actually just talked about Wet Spot and what Kayla's doing. So wanted to open it up to all of you. Anything that you want to discuss, because this is a roundtable, and when we do these roundtables at the MPA Collaborative meetings or within any meeting, we always kind of end with or mix within the agenda, hearing from those that are on the ground. So if anyone has anything they'd like to share, yeah.
I just wanted to share, I work for Kelly Tours, I'm president of operations, and in the last year we developed an educational program that we would bring school kids over, and it's hybrid, so we do 2 hours a week here with an educational expert, and also with naturalists learning about the interior of the island, the rocks and plants. They do an on-site lesson at the airport, and then they also do it on the submarine. So then an hour and a half on the submarine with the educational person, and they have paperwork, they do documentations of fish they see, the kelp forest, all sorts of stuff. So it's not that we're just doing tours anymore, we're trying to bring on more school kids that we can to educate them on this beautiful island. So anyone ever has big groups that they want, like, we'd love to like fill those and most of that, but it's just not a tour, like we're doing an educational side of it.
That's awesome. And I did see in my email amongst all the meeting that you sent me that link, and so I can include it in the follow-up materials. So for the one from Kind Traveler and from you, Heather, we'll put that in the email follow-up, and then slides, unless people tell me they don't want slides shared, but I think in general we're good to go. I think I saw another hand up. Sorry, I've lost track.
I was going to say, there is MPA curriculum. I know that Aubrey went through some of the resources, but I was thinking for like Wet Spot, you guys with scientific snorkeling, all that, tour groups. If you have, say, like seasonal staff or new staff and you want them to have an understanding of, say, marine protected areas, you can go and do this online curriculum. There's general MPAs, there's South Coast specific. So there's these modules that you can pass along to your staff to kind of bring them up to speed.
For students, there's actually some of the collaboratives developed NGSS curriculum, science standards curriculum to all the way that talk about different parts of NCA. So that's something that we want to introduce into classrooms. It's all on our website under resources.
Yeah, Corbin.
I have a question. Hello, everyone. My name is Corbin Witt, and I'm from the Entrepreneurial Education Center. And we've been visiting Kelly for a long period of time, and we're learning that during the summer seasons, when tourism starts to rise, and there are a lot of visitors, not only travelers, but the workers that are working on the island, there's a room and board type of shortage. And so, is there an impact in terms of the boats or yachts or additional housing that may affect the MPAs, or is there any research on that?
Like development of, like right along the coastline?
Right.
I think there's, been research broadly, maybe not specific to Catalina, but that if you develop it right at the coast, there's going to be things like sedimentation that covers kelp forest habitat and reef and like along those lines. I don't know about specifically for out here.
Okay. Because just in case, tourism starts to grow more and then it starts to become an issue, if the MPAs are prepared to say, okay, well, this area is okay versus this area is still protected, even next to it is still protected, even with additional boats coming in and the water, getting a little bit warmer, how it's going to affect the local areas. And so I just I'm curious about the preparation if they do start developing that the MPAs have a plan.
We did have that, so we've been involved with working with climate
change kind of analysis and identifying areas along marine protected areas and along Catalina that could potentially be impacted by a change in climate and more unprecedented events. And so things specifically we talked about that. It's not so much the development of housing, but loss of access to roads, piers, ports, things like that. So if we're potentially going into a super El Nino year, you could start to see unprecedented weather events like 2023, we had that hurricane that became a tropical storm, dropped 3 inches of rain, which is the year before we only got 4 inches of rain.
And we're supposed to have an MPA event that day.
Yes.
We got canceled.
But things like that have the ability, like, it completely washed out the roads down to the west end. And so we've kind of been trying to help them with an impact reports and analysis.
We can include that in the follow-up email. We have a climate and MPA report specifically for Catalina. So it was developed a few years ago, but that would be a good place to start. And it was all crowdsourced with the community.
In the notes, so I actually do it.
Do you want to talk about Farnsworth real quick before?
Back to Farnsworth.
I'm trying not to be rude, but I think I've down off the
Documents specifically about Farnsworth.
All right, so as Aubrey's pulling that up, we've had a little bit of discussion about Farnsworth Bank. As we mentioned on Tuesday, there's a California Fish and Wildlife Commission meeting that is looking to change the regulations in the offshore portion of Farnsworth Banks. If you have brochures, you can check out the boundaries if you want. Yes, this is. Good job, Kella. You've been paying attention. There we go. Offshore. Oh, but it doesn't really show the. Is this it?
Yep, it's the state water line. Yeah.
Okay, state water line, and then. So right now, this does allow, you can fish. There was big discussions when we were developing these about the definition of surface gear, because some people didn't, they couldn't define surface gear. So what it came down to is that you can troll, you can handheld dip net there too. So right now, on the outside boundaries, there is sport fishing that's allowed. They are proposing to change it to spearfishing only. This is California Environmental has taken the lead on this. And they're citing that they feel that it would be easier for enforcement to change it to spearfishing only. We've discussed this in collaborative meetings previously. We've had other discussions. I'm going to try to attend the meeting on Tuesday. But right now, the opinion that we've had from these discussions, I think there was more interest about talking about feeding fish than there actually were about changing the regulations of Farnsworth. Most people didn't see the need for it. I wanted to also give an opportunity while we're here in this room, before questions were asked on Tuesday, if anybody has a difference of opinion and thinks that that would be a positive thing that they'd like us to stand up for, let us know. Otherwise, right now, for the discussions that we've had in the collaborative, our local perspective is that we would like to keep it as is.
And just to clarify too, the proposal I think is to match the onshore to offshore, so it's a consistent regulation. So if you want to go back to the onshore one, that's the proposal. Yes. So that is my spearfishing, place and there's a whole list of what qualifies as pelagic fish. Loosely, it's fish that swim through quickly. My official definition.
Some of the points that I will bring up for not changing it is that spearfishing can be seen as an exclusive activity and not as inclusive, that it does not, that you need to be an able-bodied individual to be able to participate in this. It's also very deep water. So as I said, I'm not like dropping my kid off, you know, in live boating as they're out in that open water. And so, but if anybody disagrees or has a different opinion, please let us know. We've also thought too that there has been support by some some spear fishermen, but it might be because they're just really stoked on getting their own space just to themselves. So, as I pointed out, they may be supportive in ways that weren't necessarily what's trying to drive all of that.
There'll be a no-takes area at that point. The number of spearfish are going to spearfish Farnsworth in a given day. They can dive that depth with the gear to be able to possibly live the entire time.
Yeah.
Kind of no-take zone altogether.
But also would allow commercial take. That's what that's right now.
And to be fair, California Environmental and Azul were very forthcoming in saying that they've been charged with trying to either increase space or up regulations or make it more anywhere possible. So we started with this first thing with, we marched around every MPA and talked about what it meant, where it was, this is for sustenance fishing, this is for this is for that. This one's still sticking and they're still going with it. So I've tried to talk to them about this, and then they said, well, those are cultural significance. And Lorraine, I'll come back and set your hand up. And yes, there is, and we've talked about that today. And like I said, this is also a beautiful, I think, example of where, when trying to develop these areas, recognizing that the need to protect the seamount and the hydrocoral are incredibly important. However, understanding it's a site that's literally named for, an iconic angler. And so I think that by being able to show that balance, I think this is a great example of how we were able to achieve a balance of protecting that and then also keeping some of the cultural significance for an iconic sport fishing location.
And also cultural in that word means different things to different people.
It 1000% does,
Yes.
yeah.
So I mean, I feel like, from a tribal perspective, I think that part of it is too, like, I'm always like cringe at anything that's named after a lot of people on this island. But that's also some of it too, like thinking about it, that if it is like spearfishing, it is very like, it's like a club to be in versus everybody having access to it. So I think, I don't know, it's kind of on the fence about it, but I don't think that there should be any like space that it's only like one small group of people that can really be in that space.
And I think with the spirit, with a lot of the development of these MPAs, were that they were supposed to have an inclusive nature to them.
Yeah.
And so that's why it was kind of seen that this might be excluding. And also too, when we asked at one of our meetings, we asked the enforcement folks, when Azul was presenting, are you having any issues with enforcement? And they were like, no, like we know how to do our job. So, but unless anybody, again, as we've talked on all day, open, honest, transparent space where anybody can have an opinion and provide it, this is showing that. Lorraine.
Okay, a couple things. Spearfishing is not just limited to breath hold. So you can spearfish with scuba as well. So you have those capabilities, so you're not just a select 2 or 3 people that can get out there and dive that deep. The shallowest is about 54, 55 feet, so it is a pinnacle. The other thing that, when I used to dive out there, is the common thread that I found from divers was the sadness they felt about seeing all the derelict nets and all the derelict fishing gear. And because it is not the old style that eventually deteriorates, like Doc was talking about, is there a way that we could figure out, like the fishing, the Turn Club, to limit to people who don't fish with that, with non-degradable gear? Or you say, well, because of this, we have to limit it to no nets and no rod and reel.
So which enforcement group would that fall under?
You can have gear restrictions, but this has popped up in other collaboratives where there's been huge fishing debris issues. I has issues with it too. To propose it would be you could limit the type of gear in the MPA regulations, but then if you want to restrict fishing debris, that would have to be fishing game code, so it would be really totally different process that would have to be legislated outside of this MPAs. They're both interesting. It would be worth a comment to the Fishing Game Commission on Tuesday. Everyone can zoom in.
and provide public comment. They're only going to give you a minute anyway, and you can make that point. I think people would be interested in hearing it. Like, you know, the big problem is seeing this or down, seeing that where it's supposed to be protected. That's a legitimate public comment.
Actually, if you want to be earlier in the queue for getting public comment, they have a register in advance that they send out so that the people that are physically there, and Carl, Claire, and I will go in person, not to give comment, but to talk with committee members. They just want to plan to give comment and so they have that registration in advance. Or you can raise your hand on.
They basically said how many people are going to be there speaking, also limits the amount of time. So it would be like.
If it's over 25, you get 1 minute.
1 minute.
Which it will be over 25, probably.
Yeah.
Lorraine, do you know the type of net that's been found? Is it from squid? Is it from gill nets? Is it?
Well, they were so entrained in the weed that it's really hard to tell. But you know, when you have a nest that's small enough to capture blacksmith, and they're trying to swim through because they like to congregate in crevices and caves at night, then you see these animals that are fished from this ghost fishing net or tangle fish line. And I don't understand how somebody must run their whole bail out of the fish line and they just lose the whole thing, just tangle it all in the water. It's like, it's really hard to clean up when you have this so trained, you know, the environment that you're ripping up in the environment in order to get the net out. And to stop that, I haven't been on it in several years, so I don't know whether it's any better or worse. But when you have whole buildings out there, those could be cats who have drifted into wherever they wanted to, and now you can't pull it up.
It'd be cool to get the ROV out there.
That would be great to see.
This is a great project. People are probably changing the parts for the project.
Just try to resend all that info to Claire. I moved to jail because kids are coming.
Thank you, Lauren.
No worries.
And did you want to project your video as we kind of wrap up? We have a grand finale.
Who's got a really cool fact as we're loading the video? Okay, so I also, but Cat Harbor, does anybody know that it is the largest salt marsh in all the Channel Islands?
Yeah.
Here you go. Yay, you win a prize.
He did know that. Yeah, I think that may be like the easiest. Do you know if we have
It's
the
Cat
first
Harbor, also
sound at all?
natural, the largest natural.
Yeah, I was trying to put it together.
I don't know. But, you know, that is the only place on the Channel Islands where the wood crabs are found.
There you go. Don't peel the sticker back, you'll recognize where it was upcycled from. Okay, what large fish likes to aggregate and spawn in the Long Point and spaghetti? Somebody make them giant.
Giant sea bass.
Is it?
Giant sea bass?
There you go.
You can tell who I like. Yeah, that's like cheating whenever.
The oldest marine reserve on Catalina is Casino. No. Start with a social closure. Designed to protect abalone, but then I went wrong.
Lions are better.
Yeah. Here we go. Oh, that's a cool one too.
Cool. That was perfect.
And then I'm running out of money, these all the way. Who else has it?
No, it's all ready to go.
Oh, okay.
Went to the
Oh, your second
Yeah, no worries.
oldest
I can
MPA
do it.
behind.
Okay,
You want to
And
introduce
had
it?
original
Yeah.
boundaries that were then expanded to the minimum size. Yep. There we go. What's the minimum size of marine protected area to get credit in the point system? All right, something by something. You should know that. 3 by 3. Who's thinking that in their mind? Here you go. 3 miles by 3 miles.
I was like, we just did that. We did the maps.
I'll let you come up with this. I'm gonna go.
Go chase some kids.
Or not bring the kids.
See you there soon.
Appreciate you all.
You have your coloring books with you?
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. We'll see you soon.
Oh, and
Hello.
make sure I'll leave the other stuff out of the thing. Okay. Yeah, okay. Thanks, friends.
My name is Joel. This was all very impromptu. I just asked earlier if I could play this video. I'm working in collaboration with an organization based in South Africa called Sea Change, set up by the people who are behind the movie My Octopus Teacher. And they're right now focusing on making climate policy-driven short films, like 3 or 4 minutes. This is like 4 minutes and 50 seconds to show to policymakers around the world. And I was tasked with making a film for Southern California. I was lucky enough that I just got to do the fun stuff, go out and film it, and I sent all the footage to South Africa and some editor put it together. So, yeah. It really feels like a bustling neighborhood or metropolis, kind of like organized chaos. If you sit long enough and you watch them all, there's purpose. More importantly, there's a symbiosis that's happening between the species of fish. In a word, it feels like abundance. My first dive in the kelp forest was on a kelp forest reef without kelp. It was in the summer of 2016, and it followed an extreme warming event combined with strong storm surge, and the reef was totally barren. This giant animal emerged from the edge of the darkness. It approached me and the other divers. And then I thought, this is something that's really special. When we enter the ocean, we can't help but be curious. But the sea bass were one of the very first creatures that I felt this curiosity reciprocated. And if you approach them in a docile, non-threatening way, they will reciprocate that. They're always looking at you, and they're not looking at your whole body, they're making direct eye contact. They're trying to figure you out. It's interesting, you go to the ocean to look at these things that people would consider oddities, and the last thing you expect is for a creature to look at you like you're an oddity. Oftentimes when you come across a group of sea bass, they're usually hanging low to the reef floor. A smaller female will present itself, almost like walking by a pair of male suitors. The male will show his interest in the female by nuzzling his snout under the underside of a female. She reciprocates this by turning back towards him. And this develops to look like the sea bass circling. Unfortunately, by the 1980s, due to their size and docile demeanor, they were hunted to near extinction. and there were only a few hundred left in existence. To me, they are an indication of a very healthy reef. Just as any other apex predator, they're going to be able to have their choice of where their home is. There's a lot of specific threats that are happening. The warming temperature of the water, which is going to affect the kelp's ability to regrow and replenish, or whether it's this invasive sargassum species choking out the kelp forests, or more frequent and destructive storms, which is uprooting kelp and other naturally occurring algae. But the number one threat that the kelp forests are experiencing is being taken for granted by us. And oftentimes I had seen people come into the ocean not having any expectations, and they leave being changed. Being in the ocean, looking in this mirror and seeing ourselves and seeing life. If we can bring as many people as we can into that environment, they will have no other reaction other than that it is a sacred place that we need to protect.
If anybody knows any policymakers, if we want to sway their minds, that's what this is for. It's not going to be for commercial use, so I can't put it out in the internet right now per the leaders or the people that are ahead of sea change, but I can play it in functions like this, and but if there's anybody that you need to play it for, that's the purpose of it.
Yeah, we'll let you know, too. We have probably more than enough ideas, but the timing, and one that comes to mind for next year that just passed is California Ocean Day.
Okay.
Which is in Sacramento, and brings policymakers with ocean lovers, advocates.
And the other one is the seaweed festival. It's going to happen in October.
There you go. Yeah, that was Monterey. So.
Did you submit it to the Ocean Film Festival?
I would like to. Yeah, I would like to.
Yeah, I do have contacts with SF.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, well, I can give you guys.
Did you get my card already?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
But I will.
if you grab that, we can call it.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
Yeah, really nice.
Yeah, happy to provide any more footage I've got. Sure, people that remember projects or for whatever. It's just sitting there. Yes, please.
We have one last raffle prize, courtesy of Gabrielle. For those that stayed the whole day. Thank you, Gabrielle. And anyone who wants one and doesn't win, you may buy one from Gabrielle or a pair. So I'll just.
Yeah, I want a raffle ticket now.
I never get stuff.
And if I win, I'll laugh. I'm just
kidding. I win everybody.
We have 3,
You still have
2,
one.
1, 5, 8, 8. Did anybody get it?
Must be prison.
Big gift if you don't wear earrings.
Nobody got it? You got it?
No, I didn't.
Okay, they're not here to have to be present twins, so I'm gonna do another one. Okay. 5, 8, 7.
Everybody's like so close.
I'll keep going, yeah. Okay, here we have 592. I'm trying. 5, 8, 9.
Oh, that's me.
Awesome.
You don't have to pick earrings, or you can,
I mean, it could be a gift.
Yeah.
or you can take a shirt.
There's also more water bottles. I don't have any other trivia. My brain is fried, but please take them for your friends who couldn't make it. Or we can save them for somebody here.
Take a shirt, I'm gonna pull one other person. I'll pull another one.
Oh,
I'll take these.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, Lauren said that one before. I'm surprised she didn't ask that question. You should. Yeah.
Okay, what's our next? Are we taking stickers over?
Yeah, we're all gonna migrate to the People's Park across the street to do more networking, outreach, what have you. Please take any materials that you were like waiting to see if there was enough. All of that, yes. Yeah, that one, I'll just share that this is an indigenous word in one of the Chumash languages. It's Cluis, and that is the name for octopus. Yeah. Yeah, and then Ina, the link code for anyone who got that, that's in Tagalog. So we tried to include other languages. Just so you can share with people who are like, what the heck? Ina means mother in Tagalog. And it's a link code. Mother link code, of course. Okay, I'm just gonna.
Because it's actually in our language,
APO. When, okay, we've talked about this before, but we should set aside like specific time, either in the collaborative or.
Oh, yeah.
Gabriella has those. She's been making all sorts of stuff as we.
A lot of them are the same. There's also some else.
Oh, yeah. Here with her.
They're whites, actually.
Thank you for presenting. I think it was like, I make one so
One of these things.
Oh, yeah.
So I make silver one.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, yeah, awesome. I can give you mine too, yeah.
I have these stacked. I worked on San Diego Island. I have them stacked from about that big all the way on.
So I'm doing like 25 for this, that's okay. And I either have Venmo or if you have cash. Hi, honey. Okay, exploded. Let me get my.
Thank you very much.